for a second.
Kickback at mine. There will be a kickback at mine if anybody's interested.
Okay. I need somebody to say that you're really supportive here. What's
all deputies. Every deputy.
assistant?
Yes. Assistant, I believe. Assistant deputies.
We're logged in. You have your downloads all set up. Okay, so now that you've got all your stuff set up, you can open your own thing and pull it up. And then I just get
So,
Just all the deputies.
yeah. I'm gonna take pictures of
That's what I have now.
you have the one. The underlined ones are just to know your name.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
do you have screen sharing?
Yes. Yes, we do.
Perfect.
So yeah, if you have a bunch of things, I would try not to open it all at once because then you're just going to be like fumbling. Yeah. Okay.
I appreciate you.
Thank you, Rasmus.
Yeah.
Godsend.
Y'all, because I feel like
There it goes. You get to leave. Don't look out. You're leaving.
not scared, but
I know you're.
I'm doing it. Oh God, or nothing.
You can do it, however. Oh my God, if you guys don't want an only parliamentarian ballot. Parliamentarian ballot. Oh, your holiness.
I think it's funny you guys.
I love looking at the Jimmy Carter books. Jimmy Carter Jr.
When could you also share the agenda? I just want to have when you have a second.
Share with you just me.
Yeah, just like CSU. So then I can have it on my own thing so I can accurately reflect the agenda.
Do that. Sure.
I'll be back.
Are you already? Yeah, that. Aside from that, no. Okay, okay. Let me know.
I appreciate your patience.
I appreciate my not freaking out. Okay. Yeah.
I'm on her.
Yes, that works. That when you share your screen, that will apply to that. That's my understanding. Yep. All right. Let me just put everything on that. Yeah, okay, I see. Got it. Oh my God.
No, I totally get that, and that makes sense.
I mean,
Sorry,
I don't know the settings.
they're all like, oh,
That's
that dude, I don't think I would super connection to my computer. If there's like, I have it.
Okay.
I got it.
Okay, sick. Fantastic. Okay, let me know.
Yeah, like I was just like earlier, there's the right on betting on which role you might get
Thank you. Stay hydrated. No one else is.
there it is.
And
Yeah.
That's good.
I think the biggest
Oh, the sign on it? Yeah, I've never seen that before. Or the display? I don't know what that is. That's exciting.
Very new.
Thank you. I
Thank you. She's gone. I think she's
sick.
Does anybody have an iPhone charger?
I know.
My dad.
I remember telling Congressman about that.
Actually, can you just share this? Sorry.
Well, like,
Like, just, like, send me the living documents. You know, when you share. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just more than 30 seconds. I don't think it is.
And on the alumni board, he and I have so many regrets.
Sorry, Ted. Was that
And I'm just
share the screen.
okay. Okay, ready? Yeah, he's good.
We're good.
And then that's not shot though.
No, I
Claire?
yeah, my dad and I have and I was like,
How are we doing?
That's just playing that one.
Oh, that's just the display settings. We just didn't have that fixed earlier because we couldn't see what we were doing.
Thank you.
God, they put it in.
Is that? Still right on the desktop.
Is that how it works on this?
Yeah. I don't know.
Identify.
Are they two different ones?
No, just merge it. That was two.
Well,
That
we
was,
should
But
make
that's
it so.
right.
that, we're good. That's fine. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good. Okay. Sick. Sick. All right. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Hello, everyone. It's my privilege to call to order our first probable emergency session. I'm going to do something a little bit different. I'm going to have Parliamentarian Emeritus Camberg lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please.
It's important to note, I do this a little bit differently. I use the pre-1954 version, and as of late, I started pledging allegiance to the Constitution rather than the flag, but you feel to do it however you deem necessary. I pledge allegiance to the Constitution of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
Under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll now move into the landing elevator. Yeah, I'm gonna read it. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna read it. We didn't have to be set up. Colorado State University acknowledges with respect that the land we're on today is the traditional and ancestral homelands of the Arapaho, Cheyenne, and Ute nations and peoples. This has also excited trade, gathering, and healing for numerous other native tribes. We recognize the indigenous peoples as original stewards of this land and all the relatives within it. As these words of acknowledgement are spoken and heard, the ties nations have to the traditional homeland are renewed and reaffirmed. CSU is founded as a land-grant institution, and we accept that our mission must encompass access to education and inclusion, and significantly, that our founding came at a dire cost. Sorry, I lost my spot. Dire cost to Native nations and people whose land this university was built upon. This acknowledgement is the education and inclusion we must practice in recognizing our institutional history, responsibility, and commitment. We will now move into the swearing of new senators and associates. Anyone here? No? No? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Sold. Cool. For roll call.
Personal privilege. I think that is Wednesday's agenda that is up on the TV, and not today's.
Thank you.
Where was today's put?
To the teams.
Today's agenda was sent to the teams. I can send that to you if you want me to.
we got it.
It's get everything logged in because I don't have my team stuff.
We appreciate your patience.
Yes, thank you for your patience. We'll get back to it momentarily once we have that up.
Hmm?
Oh, other
Okay.
side.
Okay, hold on. We didn't fix it yet.
Technology, yay!
It should be, hold on. Yeah, okay. So it should be,
To the other side.
yeah, but now it should go. There you go. Now you can drag it across.
Thank
Good?
I think so. There we go.
That's it. Okay. For roll call, we're just gonna pass a sheet around. We don't have everyone's names yet, so if you get the sheet, would you mind passing that out? Name, constituency, and position. So thank you for doing that. We'll now move into the consent agenda. Do I hear any consent? Jelicity, you were first.
Oh yeah, first is a point of personal privilege. Can you like zoom in like a lot? Yeah, or like to fit it. Yeah, like that. Okay. Can we add? I have 2 motions. So first one, I like to motion to add the election of the accessibility caucus chair. Can you scroll down? Oh. After the deputy director.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Is there any dissent? That will be reflected. Okay. You had a second motion?
I should.
Okay.
Sorry. And then after election of the accessibility caucus chair, election of the University of Thurston.
Is there a second? Second. Any dissent? That will also be reflected. You're good for your third.
Okay, and then on the ratification of directors, can we have it only be directors, no deputy directors or assistant directors?
Can you just explain the reasoning behind that?
Yeah, totally. So the deputy directors and assistant directors have not yet been chosen in our interviews, so I can't ratify them tonight. They also don't receive summer pay, so it won't be an issue.
Is there a second to that? Is there any dissent? That'll also be reflected. Chair McLaughlin, you were next.
I would like to motion to add resolution 5402, supporting the cooperative institute for research of the atmosphere to the top of full business.
Is there a second? Second. Any dissent? That will be reflected. Senator Taylor.
I have a couple. Point of personal privilege, can we just slow down a little bit for our new parliamentarian? I'm here to advocate loudly for this wonderful individual who's taken on this task. Thank you.
Support.
What are your motion?
To begin, I move to add Lex 5501, Resolution 5503, 04, and 07 to new business following old business. That's the stuff that we didn't see on the website as well.
Is there a second to that? Any dissent? No? That'll be reflected. We'll give a second to that.
Just put that anywhere.
Yeah.
For those wondering why I'm chairing, Speaker Reese is sick, so as pro temp, I am the second and I chair in her absence. So, yeah.
And you're doing an amazing job, right?
Allegedly.
That's my word.
Oh, 03, 04, 07.
Second, I motion to put old business to the top of conference business above the ratification of the executive cabinet.
Do you want to explain your reasoning?
Yeah, we have positions being ratified tonight that some of the job descriptions touch on, and I think it would be best to view the job descriptions in the budget and then the people in the positions.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Is there any dissent? Okay. We'll do this by placard vote. All in favor?
Can I request a
Yes.
1 minute discussion and debate?
Um,
Can I make
there's
that
a
motion?
second to that motion? Second. Is there any dissent to that motion? No, we'll enter 1 minute discussion debate. Senator Taylor.
So I didn't say it last time, but there will be edits to the job descriptions, and so that's why, yes, we could have viewed what was sent out, but since there are 4 edits being made, I do think that it would make sense not to put the cart before the horse and review the job descriptions before we put people in said positions. I yield.
Chair McLaughlin.
I fully agree with you. However, the positions being ratified are just the directors, and I believe most of them are the same as last year. And I personally don't want to make them stay until we go through the whole budget. But that's just my opinion.
All right, that's probably been about a minute. All right, I'm gonna do this by placard vote on whether the old business is moved to the top of conference agenda. All in favor, please raise your placards. Okay, all opposed? Okay, any abstentions? Okay, that motion fails. Next motion.
My next one, I motion to suspend Article 5, Section 2, subsection B of the Senate bylaws. That is the section outlining the fact that we cannot pull legislation out of committees unless it has been sent to committees for at least 1 week. Since legislation was sent to committees on Wednesday, if we want to see things like the budget and the job descriptions today, we have to suspend that and then subsequently pull those out of committees.
Does that motion have a second?
Second.
Is there any dissent to that motion? That motion passes. Do you have any other?
Finally, I motion to pull the budget and the job descriptions out of the committees that those were sent to by unanimous consent.
Any dissent? No? Okay. Is there any other dissent to the consent agenda?
I would like to motion to pull resolution 5502 out of committee by unanimous consent.
Is there any dissent to that? That will be reflected. Any other dissent? No? With that, we will move into the ratification of the executive cabinet, starting with the Director of Marketing and Communications. Okay. She should.
Okay, so someone's gonna present themselves. Can I take this for a second? It's gonna be weird. Is it Andrew?
I'm trying to see if she was on. Uh-oh.
There? I don't think she's on there.
We're gonna make this the first thing.
Okay.
When they are, so what you'll do is you'll go to the person and then you'll pin them and then you'll drag it over here to the screen sharing with you. But you can keep your chat. You can pop this chat out.
Okay. We're going to circle back to the Director of Marketing and Communications when they're on Zoom. Okay. Never mind. We're going to start with that. You'll have President Nunley, you have 10 minutes to present.
Okay, hold on. Oh, no, she's gone now. Oh, she isn't. Okay. Just kidding. She's pinned. Hold on. Let me pop this out so you can be co-managed.
President Nunley, you'll have 10 minutes to present the candidate.
You have this one.
All right. Yesenia serves as our current Director of Marketing and Communications. So she's built a lot of foundational knowledge within ASCSU, and then her roles outside of ASCSU allow her to be the prime candidate for this role. She currently works with the athletics department doing multimedia efforts, and then also all of the graphic design efforts that you have seen come through the pipeline this year have been led by her or Evan Judd or Lily Coughlin. And so through this diverse set of experiences that she has in marketing, in interviewing Lily, we felt like she was the best candidate to put forth for this role. Interviewing Yesenia, we felt like she was the best candidate to put forth for this role. And I want to give Yesenia some time to, because I realized I didn't do this on Wednesday, to talk about herself as a candidate, since I didn't know how much time I was supposed to talk about the candidates versus how much time they were supposed to. With that.
10 minutes.
Oh, fire. All right. So, yeah, if Yesenia, if you would like to come off and you talk about more what you told us in your interview of why you're coming back to ASCSU, your passions, mission, all the things that would be helpful for the city.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. I want to apologize because I'm not in person. I have to visit urgent care, but let me actually focus on what my job is and what I said in the interviews and what my mission has been all along with ASCSU. When I first started at ASCSU, the mission was serving all 30,000 plus students on campus, and really just putting that in the front of my mind as well as the forefront of everything that I do at the end of the day. So I do everything that I do because of students. And when I was reflecting this year on everything that got done in the marketing department as director of marketing, I was reflecting on the amazing things we were able to accomplish for students. And I want to do that all over again, as well as not stay where we're put and just not develop as a student government, but instead increase our voter turnout next year, increase student turnout for events, anything like that. Really focusing on where do we meet students where they're at to bring them to ASCSU where they can find a home.
I think that's all we're gonna present about.
All right. With that, we'll move into 10 minutes of Q&A for this registration. Any questions? Chairman Lawton.
For the candidate, do you have any new ideas for this upcoming year that you're looking forward to pursue?
Yesenia, there was a question from the crowd. Yesenia, can you hear it?
Yeah. About new ideas, right?
It was about new ideas that you have for this upcoming school year.
Gotcha. Yes, of course. I am planning to really create more comprehensive. So first of all, we really got to focus a lot on measuring a lot of the numbers that are behind a lot of our social media. So we're able to really what performs well, what doesn't perform well. But I'm really just focusing on how can we serve the students a little bit better. So like whether it's like presenting classes, whether it's signaling at the plaza, anything like that, and also in collaboration with traditions as well, and how we can host events that you know not only help students, but the overall community overall. So yeah, there's definitely plans. Right now, I definitely have to get brainstorming over the summer. I'll get to work, but yeah, that's it for now. I'll definitely get brainstorming.
Thank you. That was a great answer. I know.
Senator Taylor.
How many people did you have apply to this position?
The director of marketing position had.
You can qualify him if you want to.
On the personal.
Oh, there were 5 people who applied for this position.
And did you interview all of them?
We interviewed the ones who moved forward in the candidate, or moved forward after screening like their resumes and their application materials, which was 4 out of the 5.
Thank you.
Senator Green.
This is a question for the candidate. Wait, is this something where I can't ask interview questions?
Yes, you can ask how they're gonna, like, were they asked?
Okay. Were you asked on how you would incorporate the Senate and the judicial branch into your marketing plans?
Yes, of course. That's a great question. That's definitely one of the things that I'm going to be putting in my forefront for this upcoming year. We did make some strides forward with collaborating with the other 2 branches as well. We helped the Supreme Court as well to put on Rams Know Their Rights Week. So that was a great launch that happened there recently that y'all hopefully saw. Also have collaborated with Senator Laura Pardo. So Vlad, we've collaborated with him and creating just like marketing, just flyers for student of the Oval. So anything like that, really. Whether it's like a marketing request that you have for the Marcom department, I would always love to help, and I always influence you as the Senate to definitely submit those request forms because I definitely like to get involved with y'all.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
Senator Garner.
Were you asked? Sorry. Were you asked in your interview process any questions related to how you are going to make marketing and communications accessible to all students, or anything related to diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Yeah. I'm not I'm not sure that I was asked that, but I think that actually in my marketing plan that I did submit and that I have at the end of the day, it's always um, it includes accessibility, how we can make it more accessible. When I first started the position this year, actually, Jabrail from DEI reached out to me and let me know and educated me on how we can make posts more accessible for everybody. So we always make sure that there's alternative text on every single post, as well as one of the most I think biggest strides that we've made this year too, in the sense of just more of like accessibility is the podcast that the governmental affairs department created this year, the how-to series. So there was both a version that you could hear and both a version that you can read some graphics. So it's definitely we're focusing on those colors, on those fonts. So yes.
Awesome, thank you so much. I yield.
Are there any other questions? With that, we'll move into a period of discussion and debate. Can you put someone in a room?
Yeah.
Okay. Senator Camber.
Yesenia is awesome, does great work. Can't say enough. I'd like to move to previous question.
Second.
Is there any dissent? That will move into voting. Are there any motion? Chair McLaughlin.
I move to approve this candidate with the voice vote.
Is there any dissent to that? None. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions? This candidate is approved. That was for you guys.
There she is.
Oh, that's
I can, if she's talking about. Okay, please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Cindy Enriquez,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold.
to defend and uphold
Sorry, guys, you think I got this? The rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution of the
set forth
Associated
by the,
States of Colorado State University.
set forth by the Constitution of wait of the Associated Students
Students of Colorado State University.
Colorado State University.
And will rightfully perform
I will rightfully perform
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, y'all. Appreciate it.
With that, we'll move into the ratification of the Director of Public Relations.
All right.
You'll have 10 minutes to present the candidate.
This might be a little extra special.
Hello, everybody. My name is Joseph Gottschall, new VP. Current Director of Public Relations, this is Kara. We interviewed her for the Director of Public Relations role. She's fantastic. Lots of experience here, lots of impact in the CSU community already, and lots of ideas and ways that she would improve on the things that I did poorly. So go easy on her. I'll let her introduce herself. But thank you.
Hello, I'm Kara. I'm currently a junior, about to be a senior after this semester at CSU. I'm majoring in international business management and innovation, which is super exciting. I have a lot of experience in marketing and public relations. I am just like very passionate and excited about that whole atmosphere of public relations. Um, I'm trying to think what I want to say. Yeah, that's me.
Thank you. With that, we'll move into a period of Q&A for the candidate. For the first reply, Senator Green.
Hi, were you asked on how you would use your major and your skills that you learned through your major in this position?
Yes, I was asked to give like a representation of myself and things that I know and the skills that I have. So yeah.
And second question, how will you work with, or were you asked how you work with our public relations officer to, like craft in our branch? What am I trying to say? In our branch. Someone help me. What am I trying to say?
Collaboration.
Collaboration. Thank you.
Yes. I was like told that there was a lot of like interpersonal collaboration in ASCSU, like with the director of marketing that you guys just talked to and other councils within ASCSU. So yeah.
Okay, awesome. I yield.
Senator Taylor.
Question. Question to the president or vice president, whoever wants to take that. How many people did you have apply to this position?
Debbie's done. That's exciting. Yay! Ah, give it up.
Someone has to have to pull an all-nighter.
Well,
Thanks for that.
Cool.
Second.
Proud of you. Okay. Well, I tried.
Eight people applied for the Director of Public Relations, and 5 were interviewed.
Thank you. I yield. That's the only question I have.
Senator Graham.
Similar question to the previous candidate. Were you asked within your interview about your sorry, have blanked. Were you asked about how diversity, equity, and inclusion plays a role in your life and how you plan to implement it within your role?
Yes, I was. We did talk about that. Do you want me to go into detail?
Am I allowed to ask that? Then yes, please.
Yeah, so in a lot of my other like leadership positions, DEI does play a really big role. I am in a sorority, so we have a DEI chair in my sorority, and I interact a lot with her just in my day-to-day life. I'm also have a position on Panhellenic, and we have a DEI chair there. We also, for my position, do a DEI audit with all of our chapters. So I am used to using it in my daily life. So basically, we just talked about that and how that would be applied to public relations.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I yield.
Are there any other questions? With that, we'll move into a period of discussion and debate. Can the candidate please leave the room? With the first race blocker, Senator Green.
To be frank, I trust Joseph's judgment, and I think that this candidate is, first of all, she seems really perky and energetic, and I like that. I think she'll bring a lot of good energy to this role, and with that, I would like to move to the previous question.
Second. Any dissent? No? Then we'll move into a period of voting. Senator Taylor.
I move to approve this candidate by unanimous consent.
Second. Don't need a second. Is there any dissent? No, this candidate is approved. I'm gonna gavel. Don't clap. Come on, like you mean it. If that was like I'm. Harder.
Please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Kara Lisi,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution
set forth by the Constitution
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
and will rightfully perform
and will rightfully perform
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Quick question. Can you spell your name for our notes?
Kara?
Into a mic, please, for
Oh.
accessibility.
Yeah. Kara. And then Lisi is Lisi.
Thank you. With that, we'll move into the ratification of the Director of Pathways for Excellence. You'll have 10 minutes to present the candidates.
Awesome. All right, our candidate for Pathways of Excellence is a part of the Presidential Ambassadors Program as well as intern with Nicholas DeSalvo this year. Ben Gregg brought a lot of great insights to the role and also brought a plan about what he would do in the role of Pathways for Excellence, and truly was the candidate for this role because we believe this candidate would cement the role in such a way that would help future 4 years in ASCSU see the vision and the exigence and why this role exists. So that's a little bit about Ben Gregg from my limited understanding of the person you are, and I want to turn the floor over to you to share more.
What's up, everyone? My name is Ben Gregg. I'm a sophomore here. I'm going to be a junior next year. I'm studying econ and philosophy double major, and I'm super excited for this role. I'm super pumped. I think I'm going to bring a lot of good to this role. I think Pathways of Excellence is an interesting title that a lot of people might not instantly know what it means, but I think we can all admit that ASCSU has not historically been the easiest organization to crack into. I myself had a lot of issues getting into ASCSU in the first place, and I had a lot of barriers that I kind of pushed past, but I don't think we should expect students to have to push past barriers to get into our organization. Those are the barriers and walls I want to break down and kind of create bridges. So with that, if any of you are interested in seeing my plans for this role, I'm happy to email it. I want to, go present to classrooms. I want to increase our tabling presence. I want to make it so much easier for people to come into ASCSU, see what branch they'd like to be in, and like have their voice heard in, whether they want to be an exec, judicial, legislative. I think it's super important that they have those options rather than just instantly being kind of put into one of these categories when they walk into the office. I think it'd be amazing if there was a singular form students could just submit if they're interested in ASCSU, and we meet with them and we talk to them, and we have them kind of decide where they want to go from there. But I think this is going to be a really awesome role. I think it's been a necessary role. I think we talk about transparency and engagement a lot historically, but there's a reason why ASCSU still doesn't have a ton of student trust. I think there's a lot of clickiness. I think there's a lot of exclusivity. And so I want to take that all down, make this an easier place to enter and a more comfortable space for students to thrive in.
With that, we'll move into a period of Q&A. Senator Emeritus Benanti.
Thank you, Speaker President Morletz. In your interview, where you asked questions involving how you would reach out to communities for your pathway of excellence, does that make sense?
Yes, I was asked about that, and that's also part of my plan. I think relationship building is one of my best qualities. I think I'm very good at doing that. I am in a lot of different communities on campus. I'm a first generation student, so I think I can connect with these communities really well and kind of get their perspective on all the issues that are going on.
So, secondly, in your interview question, of course, where you asked questions about diversity, equity, inclusion, and how you plan to incorporate that within your role.
Yes, I was also asked about that and how I'd incorporate that into my role. I think that DEI is super it's a huge thing in my life. And I think inclusion is the biggest piece of that. I think if we're not allowing every single voice to get past those double office doors to become a member of this organization if they choose to do so, then we're excluding voices that traditionally have not been heard. I think when I tried coming into ASCSU, it was really hard for me, especially as a first generation student, to not feel the instant gratification of being wanted by ASCSU. I had to DM Nick DeSalvo on Instagram to even get an answer to how I joined this organization, and I think that's horrible. I think that if we're going to celebrate diversity, equity, and inclusion, we have to include all those voices. I think that we have to make this a space where all those voices can be heard.
All right, I'm stealing your question, Taylor. President Nunley, how many people applied for this position?
A total of 12 applied for this position.
And how many were interviewed?
8.
All right, I yield.
Senator Green.
Hi, first one's a wonderful person. I'm so glad that you're up there. I think I've seen you around a little bit. I would love to see your plan. And I'm wondering if you were, sorry, I heard a buzzing sound. I was wondering if you were asked on how you would incorporate the Senate and judicial branch into your work.
Yeah, I would love to connect with you right after Senate. If you want to stick around for a few minutes, I'll totally shoot that out to you. But I appreciate your compliment. And yes, I was asked about that. I think that's a major part of this role. I think that, we saw it with Rams Know Their Rights Week. Judicial can put on some amazing events. I think Senate can put on some amazing events. So why aren't we doing that more? Right? So let's connect the branches a little bit more. Let's break down the exclusivity that the executive cabinet has traditionally had. And let's allow for, a senator has an idea for an event that they want to put on. Cool, let's connect them with me. Let's connect them with traditions. Let's connect them with the people that they need to be connected with. We'll work with Senate leadership, PR, recruitment, and retention. I think that if we want to include those voices in the Senate have to be heard as well. It can't just come from me. Part of this job description is actually hosting regular meetings with Cultural Resource Center senators. And that's something I intend to do either weekly or bi-weekly, because I think it's important to have regular meetings between executive and Senate. So I would love for all of us to, have a seat at the table. I think we're all in ASCSU for a reason. I don't think that when a student outside of ASCSU sees something happening, they think executive is doing that or Senate is doing that. They think ASCSU is doing that. And so I think we need to treat it the same way while we're here.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
So I know both you and President Nunley mentioned you have a very thought out plan, and you kind of briefly touched on it by mentioning marketing inside classrooms and tailoring more. Would you be able to expand a little bit more on what else you have planned, if anything?
Yeah, that's a great question. So to expand on that piece a little bit more, I want to do a year-long series called ASCSU in the Classroom. I think that it's super important for us to go to clubs, classrooms, especially poli-sci, other liberal arts, but every major as well. I think that it's super important to kind of like I helped Jakai and Joseph campaign for their presidency and vice presidency. We need to do the same campaigning for our organization. I don't think we have to be out there supporting a single candidate. We need to be there supporting our organization as a whole. I don't think we can expect students to support us if they don't even know what we do. So I think getting out there saying, hey, we're actually humans. We're not just all these type A personalities sitting behind these double doors and these tinted windows that you sometimes see on the plaza. I think that's important for people to see the work that we do. And so Jakai actually very kindly pulled out my plan here that I wrote down. So I'll just touch on a few of these things if you wouldn't mind. I would like to host monthly ASCSU roundtables. So that's kind of like us and students, kind of like how we have done this semester. I think that those are amazing, where students can come and ask us questions, ask faculty questions as well. I wrote down collaborate with judicial and Senate on event planning. I already spoke about that a little bit. And then a large part of it is also I want to encourage more executive cabinet members to participate in Senate. I think that it's important for us to be here for you guys because, you guys are all sacrificing your Friday night of dead week to ratify us. I think that's important that we support each other. And then just one or two more things. I have a lot more, but I think our website needs to be improved dramatically. I think that actually Senate is the only branch with a clear pathway to entrance on the website. The student goes to the executive website and they don't know how to join. And I think that's terrible. I think that every single branch needs a clear, lined out way on how to join, how to get involved. Even if you don't want to be a member of ASCSU, how can you help us with an event? Or if you have something you're passionate about or an issue you care about, how can we meet with you and see how we can solve that?
Awesome, thank you so much. You clearly thought through this. I yield.
Thank you.
Senator Rivera.
Thank you for answering all the questions, and I know you're gonna do awesome. So I'm gonna motion to previous question.
Any dissent? None. The candidate can step outside, please. We'll move into a period of discussion and debate with Senator Green.
What information, which I think someone behind me will search actually.
Senator Roberts. Oh, Senator Rivera. Senator?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you're good.
I think they answered the questions really good. Yeah, if anyone else has anything to say, but motion to previous question.
Second. Is there any dissent? None. We'll move into a period of voting. Senator Grant.
Motion to certify the candidate for unanimous consent.
Is there any dissent? No. This candidate is approved with unanimous consent. Better?
More like
Okay.
yeah.
Please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Ben Grigg,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution
set forth by the Constitution
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
and will rightfully perform
and will rightfully perform
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
With that, we'll move into the ratification of the Director of Basic Needs Initiatives. You'll have 10 minutes to present the candidate.
Yeah, so sorry. Can I make a motion to move the Director of Basic Needs Initiatives to the bottom of ratifications? Huh?
Is there any dissent to that motion? No, that will be reflected.
The candidate is Lauren Davis. She's currently at work, so sorry, she may or may not make it. Also, can I make a motion to change the Director of Finance to the Director of Financial Operations?
Is there a second to that? Is there any dissent? No? Okay, that'll be reflected. And then we'll wait a second to update everything. Very good? Yes. Yeah, to the bottom. All right. With that, we'll move into the ratification of the Director of Environmental Affairs. You have 10 minutes to present the candidates.
All right. The candidate for Environmental Affairs is Kate Collins. Kate Collins has a phenomenal background in all things sustainability and what we know as environmental affairs in ASCSU. Truly, Kate has been a stakeholder, to say the least, in all of environmental affairs work on this campus for the last year and even prior to that. And so, in interviewing Kate, her commitment to the role was clear. Her commitment to the work of ASCSU as an organization and bettering our organization in terms of sustainability and how we fit the landscape and the model for what sustainability looks like and will look like under the Colin's leadership in the EA department is clear. And so I want to say thank you for the commitment that you bring to your work. And now I'll turn the rest of the time over to you to talk more about yourself.
Hey guys, I'm Kate. I will be a fifth year. I major in biology with minors in sustainability and horticulture. I know I've gotten to work with a lot of you in the past, serving in this role for the past year. I'm super excited to continue being in this role, and I have a lot of ideas that I want to bring forward. There was a lot of initiatives that my team and I started this year that I want to continue to build on and grow from, and I'm really excited to be here.
With that, we'll move into a period of Q&A. Chair McGowan.
This is a question for both of y'all. Could y'all give us some quick details about how y'all plan to pursue the Generation Conscious, I think that's what it's called, project?
So I can talk on that first. That was a project that Deputy Sophia, if you got the privilege of meeting her, she was working on with Jakai. So that is probably something that I'll continue to place on the deputy role to continue working on that project, and then I'll let you talk about that further.
Yeah, so the Generation Consciousness Project, and I'm sorry, I'm going to refer to notes really fast just because I don't have the most updated knowledge on it, but I do know that Generation Consciousness is a let me just put the notes because I'm going to mess it all up and Sophia is going to be so mad at me. All right, so the units themselves would be a project in tandem that we work with resident dining or resident dining housing facilities, because the end whole of what it is reusable. It is reusable.
It's laundry sheets that are
Microphone, please.
Yep.
Sorry. Excuse me. Sorry. It's laundry sheets that are waste free, so it's just like a detergent in this kind of styrofoamy thing that doesn't come in any plastic packaging or anything like that, and it can just be thrown top loaded into the laundry machines that are in the residence halls.
And what they were looking into doing is a pilot program in the fall with one of the machines in Braden to test how this works, kind of develop some data on what this would look like and mean for our campus. In hopes that this could also become a potential partnership with key communities. As we know in ASCSU, there's a lot of turnover in ASCSU, and so trying to find a home for this initiative is one of the big goals of this. Aside from that, the project would be one of the things that I really liked about the project and why we wanted to take it on as ASCSU is because the Generation Consciousness company, it would give students who are interested in sustainability efforts or pursuing sustainability and whole, whatever that looks like for them, the chance or the opportunity to become a student fellow and kind of maintain these machines. And so the upkeep of the machines, monitoring if they're down, what's working, maintaining I don't know exactly what it's called, but like what you're going to load the laundry sheets into, maintaining that. And so the opportunity that this would provide to campus and to students was also a huge part of what I liked about the program. Oh, also we have a funding partner on this. It was RHA, but they did want to revisit their funding proposal in the fall. Granted, the person who comes into this role still has that same level of want to do this. So.
Cool. I didn't see anyone else, so I'm gonna make the motion to previous question.
Is there a second? Any dissent? No, seeing none, can the candidate please step aside? Senator Roberts, first.
I think that I trust their opinion, and so I'm going to vote the previous question.
Is there a second? Any dissent? No, we'll move into a period of voting. Senator Emeritus Menanke.
Motion to approve this candidate via voice vote.
Is there any dissent to that motion? No? Cool. If all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions? This candidate is ratified. Don't clap. Oh, wait, yeah, congrats.
Please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Kate Collins,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution
set forth by the Constitution
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
and will rightfully perform
the
the duties of my office
duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
With that, we'll move into the ratification of the Director of Traditions and Programming. You'll have 10 minutes to present the candidate.
Yep, so sorry, Grace. I'm gonna ask you to sit down really fast. Can I motion again to move the Director of Basic Needs back to where we're at? Lauren's actually online as of now
Alright.
on break.
So above traditions.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any dissent to that motion? No, that'll be reflected.
Thank you guys for bearing with us. What a graceful group. What a graceful group.
You'll have 10 minutes to present the candidate.
All right. I couldn't have more good things to say about the Lauren Davis. But her commitment to basic needs over the last year through her many efforts with Housing Caucus and simply just being present in this space, learning more about the basic needs initiatives coming out of the current department under Georgia White and Lauren Johnson, and even what that department has looked like prior to the Georgia White and Lauren Johnson leadership. I think that Lauren holds an integral knowledge about how basic needs functions in this space and our context to campus in the realm of basic needs. And so I'm excited to hear more from Lauren tonight. Can we switch over to Zoom just so we can so I can turn the floor over to Lauren. All right. Oh. So, she's iPhone, so Lauren is clearly iPhone. Lauren, if you would like to share anything more about what you shared with us in your interview, and just what we already don't know about you.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm like actively on my break from work right now, so I was trying to get on Zoom. So thank you all for being with me. I'm very, very excited, and I will share the spiel I sent to Jakai a little bit earlier as well. But okay. I'm very excited to be your Director of Basic Needs. I'm currently in my second year at CSU and studying political science with minors in legal studies and leadership. And I served in ASCSU for two years now, as a senator for the Safe Center for 2 years, and then the chair of Housing Caucus for 1 year. Within that, I've done work with housing conversations with students around solution-based approaches to affordable housing, and worked on the affordability report, which details kind of what it looks like to live in Fort Collins and to be a student and to actually just have enough knowledge of how to live and how to afford to live. And then also educational and advocacy, just general initiatives. And over the last couple of years, I've developed a passion for basic needs and for the students of CSU. Basic needs lays the foundation for all the work we do in ASCSU. Without it, we couldn't be able to do anything else, because if a student isn't able to put food on the table or pay their rent, they're not going to be able to have any other doors open for them to make them a successful student at CSU. So if we don't have basic needs, we don't have ASCSU. We can't be successful as an organization. So I look really, really forward to working with you all next year, and any questions or concerns or collaboration ideas, I'm always open. You guys are always welcome to hit me up via email or just in person. And I'm always happy to chat. And I'm open to questions now.
With that, we're moving to a period of Q&A with Senator Emeritus Monti.
Okay.
Pull up the numbers.
Oh, my bad.
Oh my.
Misclick.
First off, how many people applied?
That's a question for Jakai, actually, not 100% sure.
Yeah, it is directed towards Jakai.
Oh.
There were 11 people who applied for this role, 7 were interviewed.
Thank you. And then finally, Lauren, were you asked questions about how you would incorporate DEI into your position as the Director of Basic Needs?
Yeah, I think that DEI and basic needs essentially go hand in hand. And something I touched on a little bit, but I know personally that within Safe Center, at least as well, we often talk about social identities and how that impacts how you navigate the world, how you navigate CSU. And I know that I can't I can't have everyone's identity. Like I can't hold every identity there is, but I can open my door and I can be there to listen and to advocate for people. And essentially, and this is something that the previous director, Georgia White, said, is that basic needs is DEI. Without, when people don't have their basic needs met, they're not able to like use any of the other doors that are open to them through ASCSU, through CSU. And so we have to, and ultimately, basic needs does affect marginalized communities more than it does like the dominant communities. And so we have to be looking at that and continuing to look at that and make that like a focal point of the work, because without that, we're not doing the proper work.
Yes, and then of course, I yield.
Chairman Golfman.
I don't think there's anyone better for this position. So with that, I have no questions for Lauren, and I'd like to motion the previous questions.
Any dissent? With that, we'll move into a period of discussion.
Breakout room.
Yes. Breakout room. Oh, good. Senator Taylor.
I can't think of anybody better to hold this position, so I move to previous question.
Is there any dissent? None? Okay, we'll move into voting. Senator Emeritus Menanti.
Motion to approve the candidate, Medina, consent.
Is there any dissent? No, this candidate is confirmed.
Okay, please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Lauren Davis,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution
set forth by the Constitution
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University,
and will rightfully perform
the
duties of my office
the duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
With that, we'll move into the ratification of the Director of Traditions and Programming. You'll have 10 minutes to present the candidate.
All right. The Director of Traditions and Programming that we put forth for you all is Grace Bennett. Grace Bennett is an event and hospitality major here at CSU, and she has a will and a commitment and a drive that is unmatched. And so, Grace, I want to say thank you for stepping up and interviewing for this role. It's a big role. And some of the main factors that went into you as a candidate is the drive and the commitment to teamwork that you have shown throughout the interview process, your philosophy, and all the things. And so I appreciate you. I'm excited to hear your answers to the Senate's questions tonight, and I think that you're going to make a wonderful candidate for the Director of Traditions.
Hi everyone, I'm Grace Bennett. As you guys said, I'm a hospitality and event management major. I'm currently a junior, but it's my second year. A little more about me, I'm actually a transfer student. I started at Indiana University and transferred here. So I'm coming in with a little bit of a unique perspective on traditions because I had to sort of learn them on the fly. I didn't get that chance because that's not something that we get to do as transfer students. You just get thrown into it. So that's something that I would definitely like to work on with who brings in the like admissions, but you know, orientation. Thank you. I'd like to work with orientation on that because it was very confusing and kind of like, oh, am I a part of Colorado State University? I guess so. Additionally, I've had a lot of event experience. In high school, I was on the student council. I was put in charge of 2 of the homecoming parades as the lead for that. Additionally, I helped with homecoming stances, pep rallies, things like that. At Indiana University, I worked for event services, so overseeing a lot of specialized events as well as athletic events. And currently, I work for CSU Athletics as a facilities and game management assistant. So I help set up for various things at the stadium and arena. I think that's about it about me. I'll go for questions.
With that, we'll move into a period of Q&A. First is Blackbird. Senator Rivera.
Can I motion to yield to Justin Rivera?
Yes.
Hello. During your interview process, were you asked how you will ensure that the traditions or events that you host will be accessible for all, so include participation as well?
Yes, I was asked about that. Specifically, it was how to make sure that all groups are feel welcome and that it is accessible. For that, I said that I would work mostly with outreach. That's something I've done in the past and I think works very well. I can't assume what will work for everyone, so I think the best course of action is just to ask.
I have a follow-up question. How will you ensure that, like, actually, no, I know that.
Senator Emeritus Menanti.
Hi, guy. Follow up the numbers.
There were 11 people who applied for this role, 6 were interviewed.
Thank you. All right. Secondly, to candidate, how will you incorporate the ideals of diversity? Right, wrong. My brain's scrambled. Where do you ask questions on how you will implement diversity, equity, and inclusion into your job position?
Yes, similar to the previous question, I talked a lot about outreach and engagement. I think, like I said, speaking with the groups that, we want to make sure feel included is the best way to go about it.
All right, you.
Any further questions? No? With that, I'll ask you to step outside, please. Senator Roberts. Oh, we move into a period of discussion today. Senator Roberts.
I think that she brings a really cool perspective, not necessarily being from CSU, so she can look at them with a new lens, and she can also communicate and talk with people who do know those things that happen yearly. So with that, I think that she's awesome. Again, I trust the opinion. So it moved to previous question.
Is there a second? Is there any dissent? With that, we'll move into a period of voting. Thank you.
Motion to approve the candidate with unanimous consent.
Is there any dissent to that? No, this candidate is ratified.
Please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Grace Bennett,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution
set forth by the Constitution
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University,
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University,
and I will rightfully perform
the duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
With that, we will move on to the Director of Governmental Affairs. You'll have 10 minutes to present the candidate.
I am so excited to present Jelicity Luna as our Director for Governmental Affairs. Jelicity has a strong foundation in what the work of governmental affairs has been and means to ASCSU. And aside from that, an experience coupled with that, that knowledge that was unmatched in the applicant search for governmental affairs. And so I want to say thank you for your efforts previous, and I am excited to see what you do future forward in the role and in the realm of governmental affairs. Jelicity, now turn the floor over to you.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Felicity. Hopefully I know everyone except some of the new faces. I was the senator last year or this past session for the Student Disability Center. I've worked with LSAB and a bunch of other key stakeholders in this role. I think I really exemplify what it means to be a student first and then also a student leader. And I'm excited to really work in this role, and I don't want to sound redundant because I feel like a lot of the things that I would say right now, or a lot of what I said on Wednesday during my university affairs speech. And so I want to hold true to that, and prove that no matter where I am in this organization, I'm dedicated to ensuring that we have access and advocacy on behalf of the student body.
With that, we'll move, With that, we'll move into a period of Q&A with Chairman Laughlin.
I'd like to move to the previous question because I feel extremely confident that this candidate is qualified.
Is there a second?
Second.
I rescind my motion.
All right. Do you yield?
I yield to Senator Emeritus Bonacci.
I still want to ask this one question to President Nunley. Numbers.
There were 12 applicants interviewed for this, or there were 12 applicants who applied for this role, 8 were interviewed.
All right, now I motion to read this question.
Is there any dissent? With that, can you please step outside? And they're gonna beat you all. Did it preemptively.
Motion to previous question.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any dissent? With that, we will move into a period of voting. Senator Emeritus Benanti.
Motion to approve the candidate with unanimous consent.
Is there any dissent? With that, this candidate is ratified.
Please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Julie Luna,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution
set forth by the Constitution
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University,
and will rightfully perform
and will rightfully perform
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
With that, if I'm not mistaken, this is the final one. The Director of Finance, you'll have 10 minutes to present the candidate.
Our candidate for the Director of Financial Operations is Sophie Nanneman. Sophie has had a extreme experience this last year getting to handle travel grants and on VSOL, and not only that, but manage the systems in which we use for financial operations here, which is Koali. And so Sophie's commitment, understanding, and just general knowledgeability about the role set her apart from many of the candidates that applied. And so I want to thank you for just taking that leap of faith and joining ASCSU last year, because it has truly propelled you and prepared you honestly for future roles. And so also I believe you work in Slice with Farah, am I correct? All right, well, yeah, so just the multitude of experience that is combined and living within this candidate made Sophie our choice for the Director of Financial Operations. Would you like to share more?
Hi everybody, I'm Sophie. It's good to see some of you, and I'm excited to meet the rest of you that I don't know. But I've been working in some sort of financial operations role on campus since I was a freshman. I am a junior, going to be a senior next year. I started in the CSU Office of Budget, so I've kind of seen financial operations and processes on the higher university level, and I've seen it really up close on a departmental level here in ASCSU, construction management, and now over at Slice. And yeah, I have a lot of ideas for how to develop the Director of Finance role and make it more of a collaborative role instead of just kind of like pigeonholed into BSOF and those back-end quality processes. So yeah.
Thank you. With that, we'll move into a period of Q&A with Senator Benanti.
First things first, numbers.
There were 7 candidates who applied for this role and 4 who were interviewed.
Thank you, President Nunley. Secondly, were you asked questions on how you would work together with the budgetary affairs chair, accountant in Slice, and also the student accountant that we have here in the lovely office?
I was not asked that directly, but I will say I want to work more with all of ASCSU. I think leading some financial trainings for legislative and judicial as well as executive, and making sure everybody's on the same page about how to go about how to check out a P card, how to make a budget, how to do all those things. And I want to like offer my support to anybody who has any questions about personal finance or finance within ASCSU.
All right, and of course, yeah, great to see you. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Rivera.
This candidate personally, I think she is overqualified for this position, and I would like to move to previous question. Thank you.
Is there a second to that?
Second.
Is there any? Yeah. Is there any dissent to that? No. Could you please step outside? With that, once the door closes, we'll move into a discussion and debate. Door was also County Senator Emeritus Menanti.
We're probably going to sing her praises again. Surprised she's a senior. I remember when she was a freshman. Anyway, I yield. I mean, motion previous question.
Is there any dissent? No. We'll move into a period of voting. Oh wow, sorry. Senator Smith-Fleischer, thank you.
Motion to approve the candidate with unanimous consent.
Is there any dissent? This candidate is ratified.
Please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Sophie Nanaman,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution
set forth by the Constitution
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University
and will rightfully perform
and will rightfully perform
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
With that, we will move into the the election of the Accessibility Caucus Chair. Is that yes? Director Luna, would you like to make a nomination?
I'd like to nominate Senator Jessica Gray.
Do you accept that nomination?
Yes.
Do I see any other nominations? Yeah.
I would like to nominate Associate Senator Sananis.
Do you accept this nomination?
Yes.
All right. We'll start with Senator Gray. Do you mind stepping out? Thank you. All right, you'll have 10 minutes to present yourself. Thank you to say this.
All right. Cool. Hi, everyone. I want to thank you all for the opportunity and flexibility to give me the chance to run for this position. If I haven't had the pleasure of meeting you, my name is Jessica Gray. My service dog Goose and I are proud to represent the Student Disability Center as a senator in the legislative branch. I'm a second year studying psychology and microbiology and have been involved in many different aspects of life here at CSU. When not throwing myself into my studies, you can find me fishing the Poudre River using flies I tied with my own two hands. I'd like to start by sharing my story, to get a glimpse into my passion for creating change and to emphasize the necessity of this position. During my freshman year, I was incomprehensibly sick. Unable to attend classes, I frequently bounced in and out of the emergency room. While fighting for my life, I fell through the cracks of the system that promised to be my safety net. My professors offered me a place to feel vulnerable and referred me to student case management, where I later pled my case for a late course drop to a committee. This is not how I'd imagined my college life would have started. I later found that my experience was far from unusual. While living through it, I begun to notice more of these barriers across campus. Despite this, I've also found a resilient and passionate community, advocating for those who cannot advocate for themselves. The purpose of Accessibility Caucus is to promote inclusivity and ensure equal access for disabled students. To address common accessibility issues, the Buttons Project aims to alleviate physical hurdles. It aims to alleviate physical hurdles. While physical projects promote equal access, community outreach is frequently overlooked, festering an environment prone to misunderstandings. Students with acute injuries often find themselves lost, wondering who to reach out to, how to balance coursework and extracurriculars alongside their healing. To ensure Accessibility Caucus reaches as many students as possible, we must further embrace education, community, and empowerment. I plan to continue following the installation of the automatic door openers. In addition to spreading awareness, we can empower students with disabilities to be both innovative and assure that they are not held back by inaccessible entrances. While general resources for students are fairly well known, education around accessibility-specific resources are lacking in many areas. I intend on increasing this awareness through tabling and student engagement. Finding community is an essential part of not only the healing process, but of life. As such, I hope to apply a heavy focus on community outreach by hosting community nights that help to build relationships between students and their peers. I've discussed and intend to continue plans with CDSA to develop the SDC space in the LSC, which will create a comfortable, quiet space that welcomes all students to find their place in our community. Creating a community helps disabled students feel a sense of belonging, which is reflected in their success here at CSU. With an emphasis on community, we encourage students to bring about the change that they want to see. Empowering students ensures that they understand how to advocate for themselves and become engaged with issues affecting their community. I intend to host events which encourage advocacy, teaching disabled students their rights under both the Americans with Disabilities Act and the Fair Housing Act. I hope to bring in fresh perspectives by inviting groups such as the Disability Club to ASCSU. Together, we can amplify disabled voices, encouraging them to share their ideas, concerns, and triumphs. In the past, I have interviewed my peers with chronic illnesses, asking hard questions about how to support them best in a world that doesn't always understand. Consequently, most express concern over inflexibility with accommodations. Working with the SDC to educate staff and faculty creates a better understanding of how to support students while recognizing their service and impact that they have on the student population. I plan to open a feedback form where students can anonymously offer perspective and advocate for change without fear of retribution. The position for caucus chair seeks student input while prioritizing outreach and education. It calls for a leader willing to hear the students we represent while ensuring discussions held at the table are on topic and inclusive. A crucial quality of a leader is to be able to identify and problem solve issues affecting students. Leaders are not born, they are made through hard work. Through my experiences and involvement, I am no stranger to leadership. Currently, I am a certified peer educator volunteering with crews to advance harm reduction and promoting educated choices on campus regarding sexual health, drugs, and alcohol. I have experience working in admissions for the College of Veterinary Medicine and Biomedical Sciences, walking students around campus while embodying CSU's principles for community. Additionally, I've been assisting in a lab on campus, studying inclusive methods of science communication to determine how science can both listen to the concerns of the community while also being effective. Furthermore, I volunteered in the local emergency room, working with a large population of underrepresented and unhoused individuals. From this experience alone, I found my passion for giving back to the community. By asking, how can I help, I was able to empathize and offer my support rather than my judgment. Once again, I'm honored to be a part of this great organization and around so many passionate minds similar to me. This experience has helped me grow as a human and advocate. I'd like to end on a reminder. Accessibility Caucus's motto is nothing about us without us. As a community, creating these changes means not seeing the impacts and experiencing the joy of a world that prioritizes a standard of inclusivity and justice. When we create opportunities for disabled students who are struggling, we help lift up all students to succeed.
Thank you. With that, we'll move into a period of Q&A with the first reflector, Senator Green.
Hi. How will you work to reduce stigma around visible disabilities?
Did you say invisible?
Yes.
So I think part of that major stigma around invisible disabilities comes with the assumption that to be disabled, you have to present in a physical manifestation. Through education and awareness, we can kind of combat that and explain that while not all disabilities are visible, they are just as equal as invisible ones.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
Senator Martis Menotti.
I'm gonna hit you with two questions that I hit everyone else last might say. First off, how will you uphold the university's ideals of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and check your biases?
Hey there, excellent question. So DEI isn't just a policy to uphold, but I think it's a value that needs to be prioritized, especially in this climate and environment. Through recognizing my own biases, I plan to through sorry about that through recognizing my own biases, I can pledge to work towards change and inclusivity for all.
All right, second question, work-life balance. How will you make sure to that balance being both student, work, disposition, and also taking care of yourself?
Yes, that's a very important point to make. This summer I'm going to be digging in and creating plans and creating goals so that way in the fall I will have that extra time. I'm also taking a very light course load to ensure that I can put my full attention on this position.
Finally, the meat and potatoes of the question. How will you ensure that not only your caucus is accessible to all students who come through your door, but also will further the goals of accessibility across campus as a greater whole so more students may have access to the CSU experience?
Hey there. Yeah, that's a really good important question too. I think that trying to think about how I want to answer this first. I think ensuring accessibility means having availability for individuals as a part of the caucus to meet on Zoom and having that as an option available all the time. And then what was the other part of your question? Sorry.
As well as also further accessibility across campus as a greater whole for students to have the full access to the CSU experience.
Yes. So I think for students to have the full accessibility on CSU's campus, I think that it's important for them to be able to access physical buildings, like which is prioritizing those door buttons, but also addressing those stigmas and misinformations that I was talking about with Senator Green over there. I think creating a well-balanced leadership ensures that we cover all of our bases there.
All right, I yield.
Point of personal privilege, the agenda was not sent out to all the senators. There are senators here that are not in the teams that it was sent out in. How do we, what does that do?
We can put the agenda in full.
Yeah.
I do know that it was sent, I believe,
in
to
the
the
team.
front desk that was just not subsequently sent out, but I do know that's also in the teams, but that's not something that people have access.
So I guess we have one of two options. I can just go through and read through everything, and then we also have it reflected up there. If that correct, appropriate action. Okay, we'll do that.
I could also just have whoever is not added to the teams shoot me a message on teams, and I'll add them to the ASCSU team so that everyone can view it at their own, leisure.
Yeah, if you can please send a message to Madeline. I'll also still read it out. I'll read out the original one. Start with call of order, pledge of allegiance, land acknowledgement, swearing in of new senators and associates, beginning roll call, consent agenda. Then we move into confidence business. Ratification of the executive cabinet, starting with the Director of Marketing and Communications, Director of Public Relations, Deputy Director of Multimedia and Deputy Director of Graphic Design were both taken off. Director of Pathways for Excellence, Assistant Director of Fraternity and Sorority Affairs, and Assistant Director of Academic Innovation were taken off. We did Director of Environmental Affairs was moved to before Director of Basic Initiatives. Deputy Director of Basic Needs Initiatives was removed. Deputy Director of Sustainability was removed. Director of Traditions and Programming. Deputy Director of Campus Engagement was removed. Director of Governmental Affairs. Deputy Director of Policy Initiatives was removed. Director of Finance. Deputy Director of Financial Operations. Deputy Director of Finance was removed. We are currently in the election of the Accessibility Caucus Chair. Then we'll move into the the election of the University Affairs Chair. And then we'll move into Resolution 5502, supporting the Cooperative Institute for Research in the Atmosphere. And then Bill 5505, approval of the 2025-2026 budget for the Associated Students of Colorado State University. Then Bill 5506, job descriptions of the Nunley-Gottschall cabinet. And then we will move into new business, which is Lex 5501, which is the omnibus Lex of the 54th Senate Constitutional Amendments. Resolution 5403 was pulled. I'm sorry, that was my mistake. So that shouldn't be on there. Yeah, please. Resolution 5405, endorsing the formation, I should know the title, this is mine, of a Colorado Higher Education Mutual Academic Defense Compact. Resolution 5507, Firewall for Freedom. We'll move into ending roll call and then adjournment. Are there any questions? With that, we will move back into question and answer with Senator Garnett. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, perfect.
Firstly, thank you for being so vulnerable with your story. It really is a powerful one, and especially as one of your former RAs, this has been great to see how far you've gone. Now into my question. How do you plan to include people with both physical disabilities and neuro disabilities in your work? I know you kind of touched on that with Senator Green, but just going a little bit more in depth.
Yes, that's an excellent question and actually something that I'm really passionate about. Part of invisible disabilities and creating a idea of general accessibility is addressing the fact that neurodivergencies exist and they are valid. I plan to do this by creating different ways. Okay. I plan to create events that kind of more cater to our neurodivergent population that are kind of lower sensory, lower stimulation, that can kind of involve them in bring their engagement, but also recognizes their accommodations. As far as Accessibility Caucus, I think being able to just be in the meeting space, dimming the lights, using low stimulation things when possible, that definitely can help people feel more included. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it did. Thank you so much.
Senator Miller.
Okay, I have a series of 3 questions for you. Firstly, how would you describe your advocacy style?
I think the best way to describe my style is by using phrases and words that other people have used to describe me. They find me very engaging. I like to go into the community, get my hands dirty, dig deep, and find solutions. I think that as a chair of Accessibility Caucus, you should be out doing some of the education and advocacy work that is so crucial to the position. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. My next question is, when advocating for accessibility, how do you balance urgency with institutional limitations?
Excellent question. Definitely, I think it kind of depends on the situation, but assuming that there is an urgent need, let's just say for finals, where a student is not able to make it to their final exam, I think that applying to situations like this helps generalize and helps give an idea of how to manage these situations. I think that creating the urgency through creating the urgency by connecting different departments and getting that issue addressed as soon as possible is the key goal, including student case management, the SDC, and other departments that may help support the student with the urgency of the situation.
Amazing. One last question. Accessibility work often requires large amounts of collaboration. How do you navigate working with people who have different priorities, and how will you ensure that the caucus will remain aligned regarding accessibility goals?
I love collaboration. Seriously, I think collaboration is really important. It's a key skill that I experience in the day-to-day life, just working in the lab. I think recognizing and finding middle ground when talking to people about different priorities is really key. Coming to an understanding of mutual
We
respect.
have run out of
Sorry.
time. Unless there's a motion to extend.
Can I motion to extend for like 30 seconds so
We
she
have
can
one
finish?
more person on the list.
5 minutes.
5 minutes? Is there any dissent to that motion?
Dissent.
Okay, we'll do that by placard vote. All in favor of extending the Q&A period by 5 minutes, please raise your placard. All those opposed? Yeah, any abstentions? That motion fails. So you're out of time. Yes. If you could go, maybe.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. You'll have 10 minutes to present.
Hi everyone, my name is Leary. I use they, them, and he, pronouns. I'm a third year in ecosystem science and sustainability with a minor in diversity, equity, and inclusion in natural resources. I was recently sworn in as an associate senator for the Student Disability Center. I'm also one of the co-presidents for the CSU Zero Waste team, an officer for minorities, genders, and natural resources, and you might have also seen me in the food court. I'm on the custodial team here at the LSC. I've been a member of Accessibility Caucus since summer of 2023. This year, I was on the leadership team as a social media and outreach officer. In these last couple of years, it has been such an honor to learn from Sammy Trout and Malin Camberg, our chair and vice chair emeritus, about how ASCSU functions and how we can further accessibility goals here on campus and beyond. I want to thank them. I also want to thank Morgan Snyder for taking on chairing the Accessibility Caucus this year and leading the caucus, especially in these hard times. I originally joined when the caucus's main focus was the automatic door buttons, which has continued to be a priority this last year. Personally, I also rely on the door openers on a daily basis because of my hands. But the last couple of semesters, I've been able to also pay attention to other accessibility features beyond the buttons. Last fall, I attended the Fort Collins Disability Advisory Board, and in gallery, I presented to them on the issues I saw with the disability seating signage on the transfer buses. Addressing issues such as damage, inconsistencies, and unclear communication of policies. These signs allow disabled people to access the buses and in turn access classes, groceries, and other everyday needs, and are, in my opinion, an important tool. After that, I was invited to attend the Transport Dial-A-Ride Transit Accessibility Committee, or DARTAC. For context, Dial-A-Ride is a paratransit system the transport is required to provide under the Americans with Disability Act. Since last fall, I've been regularly attending both the Disability Advisory Board and the Dial-A-Ride Transit Accessibility Committee in hopes of representing the disabled community here at CSU. More recently, I brought up the question of why we do not have truncated domes at all the crosswalks at the CSU Transit Center. For those of you who do not know, truncated domes are textured pavement at crosswalks or curb cuts. They signal to blind people a warning that cars are passing ahead. The Transit Center does have colored paving, but that is often not sufficient. I will be in conversation with Transport over the summer and considering with working with AppFab, to add these structures. To come back to the automatic door buttons, this semester I was able to facilitate a meeting with facilities. Accessibility Caucus members were able to ask questions and learn more about the buttons in the remodel and construction entrance project. We were able to learn that Phase 1 is complete and get a specific list of the entrances that have been completed across campus. My hope is that we can continue this relationship next year and invite them to regular meetings with the caucus to continue to work on entrances, buttons, indoor buttons on classrooms and bathrooms, and especially all gender bathrooms, etc. Through this relationship, I was able to start a neat project this semester in collaboration with Committee for Disabled Student Accessibility, Georgia White, the Director of Basic Needs for the 54th Senate, and Michael Bushram, the Basic Needs Manager for Rams Against Hunger. We were able to fund 2 automatic door openers for the entrance and exit of the Ramsgate Hunger Food Pantry and the General Services Building. The hope is that these openers will be installed before the fall semester and will be ready for use in August. I'm also planning on partnering with SLICE to initiate accessibility training for RSOs. This would encompass digital accessibility compliance and ensure that RSOs know how and when to access the portable accessible walkways that were funded by the Accommodation Act. Additionally, this would inform RSOs on providing other accommodations in their events, such as an ASL interpreter, captions, etc. This semester, the caucus has been receiving multiple complaints in various forms. I know that in previous times, the caucus had a form that asked for specific details when reporting. I plan to bring this back so that we can receive more specific information and be able to take action. Through meeting with facilities, we also got the message that there is a need for an accessibility fund. My hope is to attend UFAB next fall and advocate for this funding. This will allow facilities to fix accessibility barriers much faster and improve campus as challenges come along, especially issues that come through our complaint form. And I just want to thank you for your time, and I really look forward to keep working with you all.
With that, we'll move into a Q&A with Senator Emeritus Bernanke.
Hi. So I'm going to hit you with 2 questions I ask every candidate. First up, how will you uphold the university's ideals of diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as check your own biases?
So personally, I'm an immigrant. I moved here when I was 11 and a half. I'm trilingual. My 3rd language is American Sign Language. I studied all through high school. I was the club president in high school. I did study a couple semesters here as well. Immigrating here was incredibly hard for me, and being familiar with that, I think is really important, and recognizing that in students. Also, my freshman year, I talked to the Warner College assistant dean of DEI. He did not have any classes relating to disability on the minor. That was really important to me. We do have 2 classes now on that minor. Yeah, sorry.
Of course, thank you for sharing your story. Secondly, work-life balance. How are you going to manage work, classes, taking care of yourself, and making sure to de-stress as well as this position?
Yeah, I will be transparent. I do have already 3 jobs currently. I think I will be taking a bit of a step back on the job here at the LSC. I'll be focusing. Fall semester is very busy for Zero Waste team, but that's mostly weekends. I already spend plenty of time at the office, in my opinion. I try to be around. I talk about accessibility constantly to everyone, but I guess that's not really time management. I apologize. I do try to take weekends as much off as possible, because also the buses don't run on Sundays, which is an issue to me. So I don't really do anything on Sundays, kind of as a thing to get back, I guess, to myself.
All right. And finally, meat and potato question. How will you ensure that the caucus is accessible for all students, as well as further the greater campus-wide push initiatives for accessibility so every student has access to the full CSU experience?
I've been this last fall or in the spring, I did email one of the classes that are offered at CSU, the professor. I offered them marketing material. No one really did show up. I think the conversation that we had about university affairs on Wednesday is really similar to accessibility caucus. We do have really low turnout, unfortunately, but I try to really think about every single student when I'm looking at accessibility, not just myself. Does that answer? Sorry.
All right, thank you so much. I yield, speaker.
Thanks.
Senator Miller.
Hi, I have a series of 3 questions for you. How would you describe your advocacy style?
I think I try to all these things that I've worked on, I did take a lot of time to think about. I tried at first, when there was issues with the buttons in LSD, I messaged a few wheelchair users, used to be in our group. That was last fall. I messaged Sammy because he knows stuff. And the stuff that was in the fall wasn't impacting me, but I did see a physical barrier. And I think, working towards advocating for everyone, nothing about us without us, is really important.
Cool. Next question. When advocating for accessibility, how do you balance urgency with institutional limitations?
The stuff for the Accessibility Caucus has been incredibly slow. I don't remember exactly the year that the funding for that entrance project was given. I think it was 2018 or 2019, and we just saw phase one completed this spring. So I think definitely reaching out to our contacts. Jessica Kramer has been incredibly helpful. But don't come for her, please. She's a lovely human. Reaching out to our contacts, seeing what they know, because they've been here longer than us. The turnover here is obviously very quick. Reaching out to Sammy, reaching out to Madeline, stuff like that.
Cool. My last question. Accessibility work often requires large amounts of collaboration. How do you navigate working with people who have different priorities, and how will you ensure that the caucus will remain aligned regarding accessibility goals?
When I put in the requests for the door buttons at the food pantry, I shared the document with multiple people. I shared it with Michael. I shared it with Georgia. I shared it with everyone. Accessibility Caucus. I believe. I think really sticking to nothing about us without us has been really important and wait, can you say?
Would you like me to repeat the question?
A little bit, yes.
How will you navigate working with people who have different priorities, and how will you ensure that the caucus will remain aligned regarding accessibility goals?
I think, I have my priorities, but like I said, I want to hear from students. I want to hear the complaints. I did email back for the complaints. I want to make other people's priorities also my priority. And I think obviously with biases, I see what I see. But if I could hear other people, that would be really important.
Great, those are all my questions. Thank you. I yield.
Senator Garnier. Awesome. How do you plan to include people with both physical disabilities and neurodisabilities in your work going forward?
Personally, I'm so sorry. Personally, I am both physically disabled and neurodivergent. I have several disabilities. I think it's really important for us to send the agenda early. I personally use a screen reader. I think that's really important. I think I personally prefer non italicized fonts for my reading disability. I think asking people what do they need, because we can't make everything work for everyone, but immediately, but making sure that when we attend, when someone attends, we check in with them. We say what do you need in order for this space to work for you?
Awesome, thank you so much. I yield. Senator Camber.
Howdy. I was wondering, because I think you predate even my involvement in the Accessibility Caucus. When did you first get involved?
Yeah, so I believe I never met Rory, but I believe they started the group meet in summer 2023. Unfortunately, my parents do live in Texas, and I was in my freshman year summer, so I was in Texas. But I did join the conversation, and I did talk while they were talking about going out and testing buttons. And I believe that fall I attended accessibility caucus with Sammy and everyone else.
That's amazing. I yield.
Chair McLaughlin.
I moved to previous question.
Second.
Any dissent? No? Would you please step outside? Okay. We will move into a period of discussion and debate with retention recruitment officer.
Hello, everyone. I have something because Victoria couldn't be here. She wanted me to read out what she wanted to say. She says, although I couldn't be there in person, I want to express my strong support for Leary as a candidate for a disability caucus chair. Larry was one of the first people I met at the Disability Caucus, and he immediately stood out as welcoming, knowledgeable, and genuinely committed to the work being done. From the beginning, he took the time to catch me up on the caucus's ongoing initiatives, ensuring I felt informed and included. Larry consistently showed up, both physically and mentally. He was always on time to meetings, actively participated in discussions, and regularly engaged with our group chat to stay connected. His ideas for improving campus inclusivity and accessibility have pushed me to think more critically and intentionally about disability advocacy. While I believe both candidates would bring value to this role, I feel that Leary's dedication, follow through, and support of the current chair, Morgan, make him especially well prepared to lead the caucus next year. I am confident that he will continue to build on the strong foundation already in place and move the caucus forward in impactful ways.
Thank you, Director Luna.
Sorry, yeah, I just wanted to talk about both of these candidates. They're so qualified, and they're like, I don't like saying like someone's like my children, but it's like, you know, when you have siblings and you're really protective over them, like that's my situation right now, and I'm really torn. I think I really want to talk to both of their skill sets. Just like she was involved with CDSA since the beginning of our revival of this organization of that board or committee. I'm so sorry. She really helped working with the proposal form and things of the sorts to ensure that in the following year we actually, you know, are going forth with this committee. I mean, she was my right hand man throughout the senatorship because I for a long time I was the only senator, and for that I'm eternally grateful. Leary as well, although they joined as an associate senator much later in the year, I can't dismiss the fact that they have done some incredible work with the buttons on Accessibility Caucus. Yeah, it's like I said, my little siblings, I'm really torn. I really love the both of them. And I really am excited to see what work they can continue doing. And I admire Jess's leadership, and I admire Leary's you know, continued advocacy for these situations. So yeah, I yield.
Senator Garnier.
First, a point of personal privilege. Would we be able to add the candidates' names to the screen?
That's right.
Along with that, underneath, could we put the name of the person we're supposed to message in order to get on the teams underneath?
Yes, we can. Yes, I like that.
Perfect. Along with that as well, I support both of the candidates. I also, my only concern would be Leary's commitments in the following semester, mentioning that they are going to be working 3 different jobs. But I still think, regardless, he'd be able to do an incredible work as disability chair caucus. I yield. Sorry.
Chair McLaughlin.
Okay, I really don't want to rush things, but we have to do the budget tonight, and we're 2 hours into the session. I think both candidates gave a really thorough speech, and Q&A was very thorough for both of them, so I'd like to move to the previous question.
Second. Is there any dissent to that?
Dissent.
No. All right, we'll do this by a placard vote. All in favor of moving previous question, please raise your placard. All those opposed? All abstentions. All right. A vote of 12 to 1 to 5, that passes. So we move to previous question. We'll now move into a period of voting, which we'll do secret ballots. Gio and I will pass out the ballots.
Hey, also, I just want to give a real quick point of clarification. Message Brooke to be added to the teams because I don't have access to the 55th, and she did post the agenda on the general. So if anyone's looking for that, that's where it is.
We're sending around a piece of paper to get everyone. But thank you. I'm so sorry. Sorry. Please, to me, thank you. Did you say vote? Yes. Yes, be in my hands. There's a senator.
There's still a senator?
Yes.
Technically, if the accessibility caucus was before my ratification, I could have voted.
Thank you.
Yeah, we should have congratulations. It's an ethics consideration.
Still in session, we need microphones.
That's a great consideration for another time.
Alright, we're gonna count these really fast. Alright, we're gonna get the candidates.
Nope, just me. No special.
So, congratulations, Chair Gray. I get to do something fun. I get to swear you. Where are you going? You have to be sworn in. I get to swear you in now. When I ran, I did not expect this on my first night. I state your name.
I, Jessica Gray,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth
by
the Constitution
of
the Associated Students at Colorado State University
by the Associated Students of Colorado State University
and will rightfully perform
the
duties of my office
to
the best of my ability.
ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
With that, we will move into the election of the University Affairs Chair. Do I see any nominations? Director Luna.
Okay, Ms. Simmons prepared. I'd like to nominate Senator Yosemite Rivera.
Do you accept?
Yes, I do.
Are there any other nominations? Self-nomination?
I'll nominate myself.
I was going to ask if you approved. Okay. We'll start with Senator Rivera. Evan, do you mind stepping outside? You have 10 minutes to present yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jocelyn Rivera. I use the she, her pronouns, and I'm currently a Central Senator. I am running for the position of Chair for University Affairs tonight, Section 2, Subsection A, Subsection B of the bylaw states. The Senate University Affairs Committee deals with affairs about university-wide students' needs and concerns, as well as any matters relating to building external partnerships with local and state governments to respond to those needs or concerns. The University Affairs Committee shall also be responsible for maintaining contact with the Colorado Student Government Coalition to advocate to advance statewide legislative efforts. I believe I can do my best in this role because I believe in inclusive leadership, intentional action, and putting students first, both in policy and in practice. If I were to be selected for this position, my goal would be to bridge the gap between students and statewide legislation. Over the past year, I've gained a deeper understanding of how both state government and university legislation operate and how they directly impact students not just in their academic experience, but in their personal lives as well. Many students already face significant barriers just to get into college, and once they're here, they're still fighting to stay, whether it's through housing insecurities, food access, or other challenges. That's why it's important that we not only have difficult conversations, but actively work towards solutions. One way I plan to support this is by continuing the practice of codified short discussion stands for university-wide issues. These structured conversations allow us to respond quickly to the urgent topics and ensure our legislation stays aligned with the current needs and concerns of the student body. One of my top priorities is reestablishing our connection to the Student Government Coalition. This link was once a vital part of our committee's responsibility, and I plan to bring it back, especially with the context that legislation was introduced to make the UA chair the co-chair of the Legislative Strategy Advisory Board, ALSA. For those who might not know, ALSA is responsible for coordinating lobbying efforts in the Colorado General Assembly, planning local government outreach events, and expanding ASCSU scope beyond the CSU campus. The fact that this legislation exists shows that there is already a vision for a stronger, more balanced LSAT, and I want to make that happen. As chair, I will advocate for reviving this lex, and I am finally implementing that structural change. Whether or not that lex passes, I will act on its intent by collaborating closely with LSAT and ensuring we are fully engaged in policy work beyond our campus. Another core goal of mine is to strengthen the committee's connections with larger governmental bodies. I want to partner up with members of executive governmental affairs to come and present during committee issues they believe are going to affect the student body. I would also love to use the resource and networking connections I have made to allow students to see members who are already in the government that represent them and hold similar identities. I want to bring in representation and also motivate students to continue with their education despite the barriers many of us face in college. If others could, so can we. As chair, I am committed to maintaining a fair and balanced space for discussion. I know what it feels like to have my voice stripped away, which is why I believe it's essential that everyone has a space where equity exists and diverse perspectives are welcome. I will remain impartial during conversations, ensuring that no single voice dominates and that all participants feel heard. A great leader once told me that a chair's silence can be just as powerful as their voice. Knowing when to step in and when to step back is the key to leading effectively, and I carry that with me in every meeting. One of my top priorities is accessibility. I want to ensure that community participation is never a barrier for anyone. That means actively creating accommodations for students who need them and making sure our meeting resources and processes are fully accessible and flexible for all identities and circumstances. A key strength I bring to my position is my involvement outside of Senate. I work in advocacy both on and off campus, mentoring high schoolers in our Camino program and in Denver as well, supporting communities by testifying in state capitals and hosting protests, tossing out Know Your Rights cards not only to Latin immigrants, but immigrants from all communities, in churches, mosques, local grocery stores, and shops where many people walk through, organizing with nonprofits and leading equity-centered projects through PUCSA and student government. These experiences have expanded my awareness of university-wide issues, especially for marginalized students, and they've grounded me in action, not just discussion. Beyond our internal structures, I believe that true representation starts with listening. That's why I want to establish stronger relationships with students organizations across campus. These ARGs are already putting down work and building those connections, and it would allow us to help and better understand what students are experiencing, needing, and pushing for, while also helping other members and helping keeping retention in the student body, but also invite more students to participate within ASCSU. I want to bring all of that with me into this role. As sure, I would prioritize collaboration, connection, transparency, and clarity. I want our community to be a space that leads, not just reacts. A space that empowers, not silences. A space where the work we do is meaningful because it's informed by the voices of those who we serve. Thank you for your time.
With that, we'll move into a 10, I don't know where I put my pen. 10-minute period of discussion and debate. Thank you. Chair Miller. Or Senator Miller, sorry.
Okay, I have a series of 3 questions for you. How have you previously identified and advocated for campus-wide issues that affect a broad range of students, not just those in your immediate circles?
I think through our center we did a really good job ensuring that we were sending out actually feedback forms of policies that students wanted to see be incorporated into the bills that we presented, and then we also I was also able to connect with other students outside of my constituency by being a part of the People United and YDSA, but also other organizations that are currently on campus, to be able to reach out in those ways, and also exposing myself to different communities as well. Like I'm part of MGC, which is a fraternity and sorority here on campus, and I was able to connect with students in that way as well. So anything that I can do to put myself in those spaces, you're gonna find me there. And I think that's a great way of being able to incorporate not only incorporate but also invite more students to come in into ASCSU. And I think we were able to, through the coalition of People United, we were able to bring a lot of students in and also ensure that they were getting out information during the write-ins that we hosted in February.
Cool. My next question is, what partnerships or working relationships have you built within the university, and how would you leverage those to elevate university affairs within ASCSU?
I'm actually part of the Bookstep program here, which is a scholarship for social justice and activism. So through my project, I'm actually trying to build an application for the school, and we're currently working on that. But this year, it's shifted my project a bit. But this has allowed me to connect with deans, the vice president of students, the vice president of students success here on campus, and I've also been able to talk in person through coalitions I've been a part of. But I've also been able to connect with other staff and professors on campus and be able to work closely with them and their needs as well. So I think I've been able to connect with a vast majority of community members at CSU.
Cool. My final question. How do you intend to strengthen inter-branch relations?
I want to work with every department here at CSU, and I also believe teamwork makes the dream work, and for that we have a lot that we have to get on, have to work on. And I think for us to make an impact, we have to consider the student body as a whole, and kind of push aside any issues that we might have. So maybe even bringing in someone that we can discuss. I know I was talking to a senator about this, how we can even have a day where we all come in and just kind of discuss what issues we're having internally, to be able to work on that and elaborate on that, and then be able to kind of move it to the side for a little and be okay, let's do personal versus business, and let's get on with business, and just start making projects and just being able to be there for the student body, especially with the time that we're in right now. The student body is scared, I've personally been scared, and I know what it feels like to be targeted in a way. And if ASCSU, which stands for helping out the student body and serving them, I think that's something that we need to do and work collaboratively. So being able to invite different branches to come into committee, being able to talk about them, be hey, let's plan something out, something that I really want to get involved in. Maybe we can connect with governmental affairs, also maybe with director of excellence. But bringing in, like I previously stated in my paper, I guess, is being able to bring in other finance members that are out in the community, or being able to bring in like Tim Hernandez. I'm very well connected with him onto campus to talk to the students as well. So representatives or people who already hold those positions.
Cool. I yield.
Thank you. Senator Emeritus Benanti.
Hi.
Actually, did everyone who needed to sign both the attendance and the team sheet? Yes. Okay, Senator Emeritus Benanti.
All right. You answered a lot of one of the questions. The only thing I have left from that question is how will you also check your biases?
I think with the work that I've currently been doing this semester, I've kind of been able to figure out like how to keep my bias off of. And of course, like everyone has a bias at the end of the day. But I also know like when to step back and when to ensure everyone else has the right to like speak, and when they have like the right to feel the way they do. And I feel like coming from a student whose voice has been taken away, I would never want to do that to another student or try to like switch their perspective and like make them lean my side, you know. I think for me to be able to like have a seat at everyone's table, I have to be able to understand everyone's beliefs and also come in with an open mind. Like I said, everybody was raised differently, everybody has different beliefs because that's what we are, we're humans, you know, at the end of the day. And we have the right to those. And I think just coming in with the like open mind and just being able to like also learn. I think I as an individual will always keep learning, and that's the beauty of like being a human, you know. And I think that's something that I really do value, and accepting everyone. And I mean, of course, like I might not agree with everyone's beliefs, but I agree to disagree, you know. And I think even then that allows for more work. And yeah, like for us to be able to connect with others and work for the same goal.
All right. Second question, work-life balance, managing work, every extracurricular you do with this position, and also your time as a student. How do you plan on managing that to make sure that you also have time to take care of yourself?
I think I do that very well. Next semester, I'll actually be taking a class about work balance, so it's really cool. But I think I do very well with like managing what I do. I would never add something onto my plate that I don't think I could fulfill at my full capacity. Of course, like I do work, but I do like I'm able to like one for admissions I only have to work do one tour a week, which is only 2 hours of my week. But I also do have another job where it's more like accessible, and I'm able to also just do it online. So it's kind of on my hours. And then of course, like I'll be taking 15 credits next semester, but that has never like pushed me from like not fulfilling my jobs. I made it onto the dean's list last semester with more on my plate, and I hope to do it this semester as well, but we will see. But I think I've always been able to manage just a workload, but I also really do enjoy like hanging out with my friends. Like I said, I'm part of a sorority that like has allowed me to create a fun relationship with my line sisters, and I think that like I have friends, I have my family, who I think I depend on a lot of the times for like fun and more support.
All right. And finally, the bread and butter question that I asked everyone who ran Wednesday night. The University Affairs Committee is meant to deal with like the broader issues, and is also meant to be a place where everyone in the university can be and be listened to, heard, and valued. How do you ensure that everyone who walks and enters your committee is both listened to, heard, and felt valued?
I think currently, I'm part of the People United here on campus, and I think something that I really love to see, and what we have created is we send out an invitation to every CRC or any marginalized identity that we felt, or anyone. It was an open invitation for everyone to come in and speak up on what they believed were the important issues, and from there, I was able to see a bigger perspective of what the student body like really wanted to focus on, and that's when housing came on. That's when lighting around campus came on. And I think El Centro also did a lot of work in ensuring that I know some of our senators were sending out forms, like I previously stated, where students were able to put down like information they believed or issues that they believed were super important, and from there we were always talking about them and finding ways to address them. And I think, like I said, everyone like has everything is important at the end of the day. Even if it's the little things or even if it's the bigger things. And I think everything, like if a student brings up an issue, it should be addressed and we should find like either connect them to the person that will help them fix that issue or work together to like go in and like fix the issue together. But of course sometimes you can't do everything in a day. But I do believe that like everyone has the right to have their voices heard, and their beliefs matter as well. Yeah.
Alright, I yield with 35 seconds.
With that, any other people want to ask questions? No, then I'll ask you, step outside, please. You have 35 minutes to present yourself.
35.
Oh, you have 10 minutes to present yourself, not 35. I'm tired. 35, I don't know.
It's okay. I don't think I'll even need the 10. Well, I'm back. I'm Hayden Taylor. Obviously, I kind of gave the same pitch on Wednesday, so I'm not going to go too in depth with this. Besides, I think I can work well with the Speaker Pro Tempore and the Legislative Cabinet, as well as people in the executive to kind of build connections needed with the University Affairs Committee that have kind of been lacking in the past. I think I have the experience with leadership and with committees that would make me a good candidate for this position. But I'll open that up to questions now.
Senator Roberts.
I think that if you wanted to send me, please send me. But I think we heard the ASB ask the same questions yesterday, so we moved to previous question just at the same time.
Is there a second? Second. Is there any dissent? No? Okay. Previous question. Dan, would you mind stepping outside, please?
Cool. That was easy. Fastest interview.
What can I say? Past 35 minutes. I heard it before I saw it. Senator Emeritus Bonanti.
Hi. So again, same as different person. Jocelyn Roberts, who I would vote for if I could vote. I don't get voting rights yet. I also feel like she would be really good within this position from like everything that she said. She's willing to make those connections cross campus, is actively doing that in her role currently, and I feel like that would be really good for a University Affairs chair. Anyway, I also Hayden's not going anywhere still. He's still gonna be here. Anyway, you.
Senator Miller.
I feel like it's my moral obligation to yap when we're electing University Affairs Committee, so apologize for taking up your time once again, but I'm gonna do it because this is the person who's taking my old job. I think Senator Rivera is truly an incredible candidate. She's yet another senator who's utilized their student leader roles to their fullest extent. She has been a trailblazer in terms of advocacy, not just in the ASCSU space, but also in her day-to-day life. Her work ensuring diverse voices are heard and accounted for has been truly inspiring. Since I've entered the Senate space in the fall of 2023, I have viewed Senator Rivera as a model for what respectful yet powerful advocacy looks like. At the beginning of the semester, I asked her why she wasn't on legislative cabinet, because I truly felt that she has always been one of the most impactful voices in the space. She has never been afraid to stand up for what she believes is right. She also has this amazing ability to unite people towards a common goal. With her campus involvements, Senator Rivera is no stranger to university-wide concerns and has a wide array of connections that she will be able to utilize as chair to address these concerns. I have absolute faith in Senator Rivera. I could not, at this point, imagine anyone more perfect for this role. Thank you. I yield.
Senator Camber.
Okay, sorry, it took me a second to unmute. Both of these individuals are wonderful friends of mine. I think everyone just needs to tell Hayden that they don't hate him after this election. Okay? Send some love. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Chair Gilroy.
I think that both of these candidates would be or are amazing options. I would just like to raise a concern of that I feel like Senator Rivera was very streamlined in a lot of her answers and like thinking about a lot of the same groups and in this role you need to think about the campus at large and just raising that concern. But I truly think that both of these candidates are amazing and would do great in this position.
Do you?
I don't.
Chairman McLaughlin.
I don't feel that further discussion and debate is going to sway anyone's vote, so I move to previous question.
Second. Any dissent? No? Then we'll enter a period of voting, same method.
They had an extra one for me last time. Yes. Oh my god.
Thanks. Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, wait till
That's what most, if the lights are
This one? That one? Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can we get your extensions? No extensions. Okay, thank you.
I know. But I think yeah. No, but like with us doing like I'm just saying, like regardless I would say
Congratulations, Sarah Rivera. Okay. All right. Repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Yosina Rivera,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to defend and uphold
to defend and uphold
the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations
set forth by the Constitution
set forth by the Constitution
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University.
of the Associated Students of Colorado State University.
Oh, that's my place. And will rightfully perform
And will rightfully perform
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
With that, we do have about, I don't know, 13 minutes left on the confidence clock. I would entertain a motion to suspend that article of the bylaw.
I will make that motion because we have to.
Second, is there any dissent to that motion? No, the bylaw, or that section, not the bylaw, that section of the bylaws are suspended. We will now move into resolution 5502. Support, oh, there it is. Supporting the Cooperative Institute for Research in the Atmosphere. And this was sent to committees, but since we suspended that part of the bylaws, I moved to pull this out of committee by consent. Is there any dissent?
We already did that.
No.
Oh yeah, we did that. We did that.
Do we?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. My bad. Cool. You can present.
Yeah. So I thought we'd have more time.
Sorry, I keep clicking the wrong button.
Stop it. Again, I presented this earlier. This is the lab I kind of work at. It's weird, but the president of the United States has directly said that he and his office would like to eliminate this lab in its entirety. This would cause immense damage, not only to my field of research, my coworkers, peers, but also to CSU as a whole, as this lab, the Cooperative Institute for Research in the Atmosphere, is one of CSU's premier research institutions and brings in, like, I want to say $150 million to the university. No, that's a bit high. I think it's like 80 million. Anyways, this is a very important part of CSU. This is something CSU is known internationally for, and losing this from our university will damage our reputation as a whole.
Thank you. Do we do Q&A on Wednesday?
I believe we're in discussion.
Oh, thank you. We'll start that off with Senator Emeritus Menonti.
I love the environment and atmosphere. Anyone else actually want to talk? All right, motion brief discussion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any dissent? With that, we'll move into a period of voting on this resolution. Right? Yes. Okay. Senator Roberts.
I move to accept this with unanimous consent.
Is there any dissent? No, this resolution is passed. With that, we will move into Bill 5505, approval of the 2025-2026 budget for the Associated Students of Colorado State University. Can someone grab President Nunley?
Oh, this is gonna be a fun one.
Oh God. Microphones. Don't say that into the microphone. What?
I'm gonna hate it. That's fair.
Budget. Yes, budget. President Nunley, you have 10 minutes to present this piece of legislation, starting once you get up here. I want to rush you.
Okay, wait, clarification. What am I doing? More so than did on.
Just we're doing Q&A, then discussion, debate. So just do what you do. We'll get it pulled up in a second.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, this is our bill that seeks to receive Senate approval for the 2025 and 2026 budget for ASCSU. If you guys want to pull up the budget, we can cover specific areas. If not, I'm probably more interested in hearing the edits that were made or the comments, questions, concerns on the budget beyond this. So I don't actually have too much of presentation. If you did not attend the budget town hall or watched it back, that was probably the most insightful spiel I'll have for you about the budget. So that's budget snapshot is here. The actual link to the budget itself is here. Presentation wise, I'm not all sure what this time should be allotted to cover. If there's anything that anybody does want me to cover specifically during this time, I can do that. I'm probably more interested in talking back and forth about this. So
with that, we can move into
information.
Yes, go ahead.
Is this in its second read?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just as a reminder to the body, you have to motion first. The author doesn't have the same period of time to present at the beginning of the second read, but additionally, We're not going into Q&A initially unless you guys motion for it. Someone needs to motion for Q&A to open, and then we can go into a period of Q&A on the budget, and then that would be followed by a period of discussion. It still has to be.
I thought it was passed with the contingency that we did Q&A upon its second reading.
No, I'm just saying if the body's still, yeah, it has to be motioned for in this session.
Okay. Senator Grenier.
Motion to open a period of Q&A.
Is there any dissent to that? With that, we'll motion, or we'll open a period of Q&A. Start with the first vice Blacker. No. Cool. We'll leave a period of Q&A and we'll go into a period of discussion debate. Senator Taylor.
I move to dissolve into the committee of the whole by unanimous consent.
Is there any dissent? No, we are dissolved into committee of the whole. Senator Emeritus Menotti.
Point of personal privilege. Can you explain what committee of the whole is to our new members?
Can I yield to Senator Taylor, please?
Yeah, that's fine. Committee of the whole is one of my favorite things in the Senate. It's been essentially the Senate body acts as a committee, and so we like to do this when maybe we can't send something to committee, maybe like this now. We don't have the timeline to be able to send something to committee. Basically, it's a way that the Senate acts as a committee. We can view legislation, we can make edits to legislation, we can kind of function in ways that the Senate cannot typically function when we look at legislation, and then we both rise out of the committee of the whole at some point and move into the final discussion, debate, and voting on this legislation.
Thank you. Does that help everyone? Yes.
Also, point of information. Am I allowed to make edits as a Senator Emeritus?
Point of clarification, because you're acting as a committee and there isn't a codified process for what committee of the whole looks like, anyone is welcome to speak and the body can then vote on whatever subsequent motions exist.
All right. Since we're in committee, I guess I go into internal mode now. Yeah, I forgot what I did in internal. Do we have any topics, conversations, thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? Chairman McLaughlin.
I would like to request that the parliamentarian open up the document I just sent them, titled Therefore Clauses. Okay. And then I would like to motion to add 2 Therefore Clauses to this bill. The first is a blank one detailing or where any amendments may be added. This is just so that we don't have to go and edit the already inserted PDF detailing the executive budget proposal. The second is a budget guideline, therefore clause. This is kind of like a budget footnote. This main one is just regarding travel. We're entering a period where students at this university will be facing hardship. So I think we should be very responsible with how we use funds, especially travel. Travel for non-business purposes is never a good look. So this just puts restrictions on the use of funds for travel. And I would like to motion that the Senate adopts these amendments by voice vote.
Is there any dissent to that motion? No? All right, we'll move into a voice vote. Ooh, sorry. All in favor of these amendments say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
Any abstentions? These edits will be reflected. What other questions, comments, thoughts, concerns do we have? Chairman McLaughlin.
This is the bigger one, and I just want to say something beforehand. So the Budgetary Affairs Committee met earlier this week to review the budget in detail. During that meeting, we had a lot of discussion on different parts of it. We took into account comments from the Budget Town Hall, information about the budget for this year, spending, to create a list of amendments. So I have compiled this list of amendments into a spreadsheet so we can do it Colorado legislature style. First, I have a pretty complicated motion for the chair, for the speaker. I would like to motion that the Senate reviews this list of amendments, which parliamentarian Falvo, could you pull it up?
Give me a moment.
I will put it in the Teams right now too.
Yeah.
And I would like to motion that the Senate goes through each amendment, has a period of discussion and debate, and votes to approve or not approve each amendment, and that the approved amendments be added to the therefore clause about amendments.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Is there any dissent? No? Alright, we'll proceed that way then. Alright.
Can we have a brief pause so I can put in the teams?
Yes, of course.
While we do that, can we maybe take the resolve slash out of each of the therefore clauses so they all say enacted?
Is there any dissent to that? No, that'll be reflected.
I would like to make a motion to add, and I'll word it. I'll take a minute to get the wording together and I'll drop it in the chat so it can be put on the screen. But I'd like to add a therefore clause that states that if the amendments made in therefore clauses are not reflected in the spreadsheet, that the budget is null and void. Basically meaning that if they don't add those changes onto the sheet, and serve that this document serves to pass the budget, but the actual budget doesn't reflect the changes, that it's not valid. Does that make sense?
I'd just like to slightly disagree with you. I don't really have a concern that that's the case. I don't think anyone in this organization will try to violate the binding legislation of the Senate, and I will be more than happy to work with our accounting team to make sure that any edits made by the Senate are reflected in the final budget.
Okay, heard. I rescind my motion.
Alright, are you good, Chairman Baldwin?
Yes, to start introducing. So, our first amendment, we talked about this for a while. Ultimately, the Budgetary Affairs Committee felt that the Assistant Director of Fraternity and Sorority Affairs was a position that didn't meet or had no current need, and that the funds could be better used elsewhere. We also felt that it catered to organizations that are not really affiliated with the university, and it might be seen as showing privilege towards a group while a group of RSOs while not having the same privilege towards all other RSOs. And with that, we can discuss. I know there will be a lot.
Alright, we'll move into discussion and debate on that motion. Anyone want any thoughts? Any thoughts? Chair Rivera.
I'm not sure if I can ask this, but would you be able to clarify what the fraternity and sorority life position would like what's about like the I don't know if I'm making sense.
In whole, the fraternity and sorority life position functions to do much more than meets at face value. And so this position serves to act as a liaison position, as many of our positions do in ASCSU. The Director of Traditions, Basic Needs, our positions and the Senate positions actually all serve as liaison positions. And so in thinking of how we represent students, how we show up for students on this campus, it is a thought that we have this group of students on campus who we are actively not liaising to. In addition to that, we are in, I don't know exactly how everybody wants to frame it, but a student engagement crises, if you will, right? And so we've noted this and acknowledged this recently in our space of how students are not actively engaged with the process of ASCSU. And the mock-up of our fraternity and sorority life students on this campus is about 16% of our student body, which is 4 times the amount of students, a little over 4 times the amount of students who voted in our last election. And that's a group that we're actively not doing outreach to, actively not including in our efforts and our programming and our outreach. In addition to that, as we operate as an organization, we do bring up fraternity and sororities and FSL life in general in our operations a lot. Like the example that I have for this is the blackface resolution from last year, which landed us in some hot water, give or take, with the director and assistant director of fraternity and sorority life because there was a lapse in communication there. If there was somebody whose role was dedicated to bridging those gaps to one of the partners and people we aim to partner with on campus, it would, I don't want to say it would be helpful because I feel like that underscores it. I feel like it would be beneficial, to say the least, to be in good with students who we are currently not serving, to be in good with the office that we are working alongside with on many things, but not directly. And so this council, this position serves to do many things. Intertwined with this position in their efforts is also the representation and planning creative ideas or programs to do outreach and then also expand or extend efforts that we currently have on this campus or in general as it relates to CSU's thought and framework around our historically marginalized councils on this campus. And so the job description as it stands is a pretty versatile and vast job description. But it gives us the chance to do something new here. It gives us the chance to provide opportunity and access points for students in this space. And so if that provides any insight on why, how, thought process, that's the why, how.
Thank you.
Senator Emeritus Minotti.
Oh, I thought there was more people. Um, yeah, obviously, anyone who knows my thoughts knows that I feel like this position, as it currently stands, is one that not only the funding could be put somewhere else, and it feel like that's also already decently covered. Whether that's not while that might not be explicitly stated. Furthermore, if we do look at election history for student engagement, historically, on top of that, we have been getting a lot of engagement from that sorority fraternity life. If I'm being blunt, they are the biggest people who show up during elections when they are competitive. So there are a lot of factors as to why this year's turnout was low. I would hesitate to say that us not engaging would be one of them. Um, but also, on top of that fact, I feel like also the actions that we did, for example, with the Lambda Chi blackface resolution, that was more so condemning the action in and of itself. And while it was done by a fraternity here on campus, I will also say that the authors did reach out to fraternity sorority life and basically got told there was not much that could be done. So I feel like in that sense, it is still up to us to be advocates. And while I do understand that this is a position that is meant to act as a liaison, I feel like there are also a lot of liaisons, also various individuals who reach out to those multicultural fraternity. Fraternity. I'm bad with names. Multicultural fraternities, such as our former chair of the Student of the Ovals Caucus, Vlad, Laura, Pardot. I hope I said that right. And I'm pretty sure there are also members within this space that also reach out and interact with those groups as well. So I feel like there might be a bit of redundancy there.
Can I respond?
Yes.
You make a great point. What I will say though is we have there's an intricate detail that is missing in that rhetoric, and so I'm going to talk about it a little bit. But we have this idea that it is like we have people represented in this space, right, that are also part of fraternity and sorority life. And this is the example that I provided previously about Joseph Gottschall. Joseph Gottschall last year was paid to do PR. And Joseph would have planned a program that was related to fraternity and sorority affairs. That program likely wouldn't have been approved because that is not a program that he is paid to put on. It would be like a kind of do your job thing. And so as we think about how this space looks and interacts with different partners in FSL, you mentioned that there are people in the space who reach out to those different councils of MGC, MPHC, PFC. And I'd like to ask I'd like to ask for reference what one of those programs were, one of those partnerships were that we've had with anybody in those councils. Because to my knowledge, it's been none. And I mean, if anybody else can provide an example, that would also be helpful. Second, there was another piece in there that I think you mentioned about. I'm sorry, it was right before you talked about like how we do outreach, how people are represented in this space. Oh, and I think my question then becomes, do those students not do those students like what happens to their representation? Like what happens to those students who double up, like who have extra involvements that are involved in other things? What happens to their involvement or their participation and their engagement in this space? And also along the lines of how students have been represented in the past in elections, that was then. This is now. Everything that we've said recently is a now thing. And so everything you just mentioned was a then. And if we based everything on then, I don't know how we would plan and move forward now. That's my only thought. So
May I respond to that or no?
please do. Can you?
We're on a list. We can put you back on the list later. Senator Taylor.
Thank you. I'll just be bluntly honest with this. I've had a couple dozen discussions with students on this campus specifically about this position, and I've kind of seen nobody seems to support that. That's been students both within and outside of FSL, and students within and outside of ASCSU. And many of them see that as too closely linking ASCSU and FSL on this campus, and they see that as being kind of unnecessary, I think. So because of those discussions, I think with constituents that I have, that I represent, I feel somewhat compelled to be in support of this amendment. I do understand and appreciate the sentiment behind a position like this, and I do think it's good to be building connections with students on this campus, and especially with student organizations on this campus. But I think that there's other ways to do that that people would support more. I guess that makes sense. I yield.
President, I'm going to wait. Ask you to wait. We have people on the list, and then Senator Camberg.
Hi, y'all. I know I don't want to be redundant here, so I want to speak to what I think could be a potential solution. One thing I'm hearing is, we need someone to have their job be a liaison. Personally, I think particularly in exec, since exec represents a larger student body, not a specific constituency, I think it is everyone's job as an organization to be representing back and forth from the organizations and the identities they hold in ASCSU. That being said, I think the solution we could have here is to make this role a liaison for all RSOs instead of just focusing on fraternity and sorority life. Because that's where we start kind of getting into this. We're playing favorites, we're catering to a certain type of demographic. But what we could do to have greater outreach is reach all student organizations. So that would make an ideal candidate, maybe someone who's involved in FSL, maybe someone who also works in Slice, someone like that, and have this liaison role. If you're going to make a position for this, why limit it to only FSL? This, I think, solves our outreach problem. Then we're not completely slaughtering the idea behind outreach and FSL involvement. And I want to see what the Senate thinks about trying to find a solution here that bridges this gap. Thoughts, Carol?
Seeing as though that was a motion, we can quickly talk about that motion. Senator Rivera.
Would this be part of information? Like, would we be able to, instead of having a position for it, have Senator seats for RSOs to represent, and come to like an agreement in the middle, just to ensure that there is representation, there is that liaison of like information being passed back to RSOs.
That is something we cannot do today. Senator Pickerel, and then Chairman Laughlin.
I think it's important to note that within our bylaws, FSL specifically has ex officio status and can show up and talk at any meeting, any time, for any reason, for any cause. I think we have a function of representation there that is appropriate, considering we are not giving RSOs, other RSOs, senators, and so giving FSL senators, I feel, oversteps, and I feel, and this is, I'm trying not to like logical fallacy this one, but I struggle with the idea of giving RSOs senator seats, because if we are giving one grouping of RSO senator seats, I would posit that it would be appropriate to give other RSOs senator seats.
No, yeah, it wasn't for today, but it was just like maybe a like an idea that we can have that it wouldn't just be like for FSL. It would be like for all RSO, so like someone who works that slice can best represent that way. I don't know if I'm making sense.
I'm gonna yield to Senator. Okay, Senator.
I also want to make it clear that within the bylaws definition of what FSL members are able to speak in Senate sessions with ex officio status, that it is all members. That's all I have to back to Senator Pickrell.
We have run out of time on the Q&A clock. Is there a motion to extend it? Huh? Discussion. Sorry, discussion. I'm really tired. I haven't taken my meds yet. Do you make that? How long?
20 minutes.
Is there a second? Second. Is there any dissent? Dissent. All right, we'll do this by placard vote then. All in favor, please raise your placards.
Keep them up, please.
Okay, all opposed, please raise. Any abstentions? With that, this the Q&A or discussion and debate clock will be extended by 20 minutes. Senator Taylor, you were up on that secondary list. Oh, sorry. Yes, you didn't. You. Sorry.
I think you have a really interesting idea, and I'd love to explore it more.
Senator Taylor.
I didn't know I was on that twice. I know.
With that, there was a motion made. Senator Camber, can you specifically restate your motion?
I actually, it wasn't a motion, it was discussion and debate about making the position a liaison for all RSOs. But can we just do a straw poll and see how people are feeling about that? I won't bother with the motion if it's not something the room is feeling, and I'm not there to see how we're feeling about that.
Senator Grenier.
I would just like to ask if this is germane to the current topic on debate and would not be served better when we talk about the job descriptions.
I would agree with that. Senator Grenier,
no, I've tried to talk about the job descriptions early on in the last 2 sessions for very similar reasons. I think it'd be a minor edit. It could be pertinent to this if we just want to make that
This was ruled not germane. Senator Grenier.
Okay, so I'd like to start by saying I will not be voting on this amendment at all, as I have a conflict of interest. I'm an active member of FSL. But anyway, so I have spoken multiple times to President Nunley about this specific position. Several people can attest that I was initially against this position, but I've kind of come around to it. Part of that is that we have had recently a breakdown with FSL in terms of our conversating with them, and it's become kind of a problem. It is a problem to where there are open hostilities in both bodies toward each other. Now I do have my own personal problems with this position, specifically some stuff in the job description, but that's not germane to this conversation. But I believe we do need some type of liaison to FSL because it is the single largest RSO on campus. It's the single largest, which I specify, it's the single largest non-direct college affiliate RSO on campus. This is one of the easiest ways that we can get more engagement from people. I mean, we had a sub 4% turnout for the election. Well, President Nunley hesitates to use these words. I use them openly. we are in a crisis of student engagement here. And we need every possible chance to get more. And one of the easiest ways to do that is to go to the RSO that has a predefined governance structure that you can go to a meeting and meet with the heads of every single part of every constituent organization there. I feel like we've kind of gotten to a point here, especially when I hear as a member of FSL, where I hear all these people, those people being FSL, are bad people, that we do not want to associate with them. I can tell you that there is over 4,000 people in FSL alone. That's just the numbers I know. I'm pretty sure it's higher. We talk about representing the student body, and I've spoken with President Nunley about this, but I have actually some notes here from our conversation. But we talk about representing the student voice, and we need to represent all the student voice, not just who we want. We have consistently in this organization actively ostracized fraternity and sorority life. And now, while I have my own opinions about specific frats, I do not think it is fair to sit here and talk about the relevance of this specific position in the context that we have created around how we feel about FSL. My understanding from my conversation with President Nunley was that this is a liaison position. This is a position to get them more active. And while yes, historically FSL has been one of the most active groups in voting when it's contentious, we have consistently seen a precipitous decline in their activity. That is a group that we can easily reach out to. It is a group that is down the hall from us. It is a group that covers literally, we can get the relevant votes to pass every constitution just by having them. They already exceed the percentage for that. And a lot of them, and I know this because people in my fraternity, people in other ones that I'm friends have said, they elected not to vote this year because of the hostility of ASCSU toward FSL. Now, I don't want to pass judgment on how we've treated them. I think we could have treated them better. I think they've treated us just as poorly. But this position is about building bridges. And right now, that is what we need. Okay, we have the lowest turnout for voters ever. And the biggest thing we need now is building bridges, and that is what this position does. I yield my time.
Director Gray.
Hello, everyone. I just want to note that this is part of my department as the Department of Unified Success, and I do want to say we are already in the hiring process of this role. There's already 16 excited students ready to take on this role. I agree with what the previous senator said in the way that my department is in the business of building bridges in a way. I think that only having 3% student turnout, no matter if the race was unopposed or not, is horrible. I think that it's an active student group that we have had hostility with, and I think that that's a sad thing. I think that we host so many events with fraternities and sororities, and we don't always get the most input from them, like tailgates before football games and other events like that. We don't get a whole lot of their say in how those are ran. I think that having a liaison for this pretty huge chunk of students is pretty necessary. It's a position that I'm excited to have in my department, and I think there's a lot of students who would really excel in this role and help build this bridges back.
Do you yield?
I yield.
President Nunley.
Well, thank you, everyone. What I will say is I will acknowledge how, and I think this is a common theme that I've heard recently, is that I will acknowledge the role that fraternity and sorority life has played in ASCSU in past years. I'll acknowledge that, and I've heard the stories, I've had the conversations, and so I acknowledge it and I hear it. And what I will say is that as much as that holds truth and that is somebody's truth, that was still a reality for the ASCSU that was then, and we're once again still now. So what I will share is that me and Joseph had the luxury of sitting down with Lindsay Sale, the director of fraternity and sorority life, and she was excited about the potential that this job description can create. And she was excited because she had shared with me that this is the first time that a job was put forth or proposed to act in this way in the executive branch, because the idea had been floated before for members of fraternity and sorority life to have Senate seats, but it had never been acted upon in the terms of the executive branch. And so the excitement that has flowed from this job application excites me because it's getting students hyped about our process. The data that Ben just shared with you is that there was 16 students who applied for the assistant director of fraternity and sorority life. And if you guys remember, and I'm glad that you asked this question earlier because you heard the numbers of who applied to the roles earlier. It was 8, 11 at most, 12 at most, I think. Students are demonstrating clear excitement for this work. Students are ready to take on this challenge, and so that is exciting. I don't know why we as a body would not be excited about this. Let me share what my worry is, though. What I hear as a student, if I was not in this space, right, and didn't know the good, kind hearts of the people in this room, and what I would take away from this is that my voice as a student is undervalued in this space, and that's been noted, and that's okay. The rhetoric, though, in that we put forth when we say that is we leave it open to interpretation to say we're going to represent all students, but not those students. Because we get in this space and we say, yeah, we're going to represent student voice. That's what we want to do. That's what we want to hear. We want to hear all students, but not those students. And at any minute, me, also as a student, it worries me because at any moment that decision can be made for me as well. And then it can become, well, we're representing all students, but not XYZ of whatever student group I am a part of. And so it's just the thought that comes up within this mode and this line of rhetoric that we're putting forth. And so it's a concern of mine, truly, within the conversation that we're having. I will also say that Madeline, thank you for that great idea that you had earlier. The RSO liaison position is a great thing, and I think that is something that this role or many of the roles like Pathways for Excellence, I think serves to do now and can also expand to do specifically in the job description. So great ideas all around, hearing, listening, and want to continue to provide perspective and context too.
Do you yield?
Yes, yeah.
For reference, we have just under 10 minutes left, and we have 11 people on the speakers list. Just so you all are aware, Chair Gilroy.
Hi. I'm a current member of FSL right now, so just wanted to establish that before I move forward. But I know we've touched on it already in this discussion, but I really think it's important to bring forth the idea of this is supposed to be a democratic process, and we keep on throwing out these numbers that FSL represents 16% of the student population, and if we're essentially cherry picking that group to encourage them to be a part of ASCSU, I feel like we should definitely at least acknowledge the possibility that FSL would then essentially take away from the democratic process and the ability of all of the students to be represented, because with the numbers of our current voter population and the numbers of FSL, that FSL would severely overtake the current numbers. And I'd also like to say that FSL and Panhellenic, which runs FSL, is a completely isolated entity. So anything that's done within FSL would have to go through them anyway if we were to engage the entire FSL community. And so if we're already going from ASCSU to FSL and through Panhellenic, then we'll be engaged with role there that would overtake the operation. So I struggle to understand what this role will achieve that other roles are currently poised to handle in reference to like this joint FSL ASCSU events and engagement. Because I agree that the engagement between the two groups could completely be a powerful partnership and for the entire campus, especially if we made those events open to the entire campus population. But I struggle to understand why we should devote this sizable chunk of money that could go to another program, role, position, why it would go there when any events would have to go through Panhellenic and a position there already. And on this topic a little bit, I think that with the traditions role in exec right now, and with barbecue the buffs being taken, like since we won't be continuing that next year, nor rail jam, I think that especially if we poised or positioned ourselves to allow that traditions role to take over more of this like FSL collaboration, and maybe not even just FSL, but collaboration with other RSOs. I think that could be a really important segue that this traditions role could take on, especially since we won't be having those two massive events anymore. And as I was looking at what traditions would be undertaking this next year, with those two, I was worried that without those, because those were the two main outreach events that occurred with all students on campus. And I remember not being affiliated with ASCSU and attending those events. And without those, we have eyeball, and I'm blanking right now, but another State of the Association, and which are currently pretty much non-attended by non-ASCSU members. And so if we were to make that traditions role take on more events that maybe partner with FSL and engage in the entire student body, I think that could be powerful. But I don't understand the need for this.
Yes. We have a motion to be made.
I don't know. Just like ask.
You
yield vice president, then we can go to the motion.
Point of information. One of the main purposes and functions of the traditions department is their partnership with athletics. They also run all the tailgates and all the football games. That's a pretty big thing too as well. Thank you.
Sorry, what?
No.
Sorry. Senator Camber, do you have a motion?
Yes, I would like to make the motion to amend the job title in question from Assistant Director to Fraternity and Sorority Affairs to Assistant Director of RSO Affairs, pending secondary motions on afterwards to make it, equivalent all around. We'll need to do a job description, and I think a slight amendment in pay would be helpful too. But I want to start there. Do you want me to repeat the proposed motion?
Does everyone understand what the proposed motion is? Yes. Yes, we're good? Okay, no thank you. I appreciate that though. We have a motion. Do I hear a second? Second. We're gonna do this by placard vote. All in favor of this amendment, please.
Just to clarify, Senator Camber, we are amending the title on payroll from Assistant Director of Fraternity and Sorority Affairs to Assistant Director of RSO Affairs.
Yes, and I have to make other changes to make it consistent all the way through. But as we're working on the budget right now, we can change the title and work from there.
Okay.
All right. All in favor, please raise your placards. 2, 4. All those opposed? 5. Thank you. All those opposed? Abstentions? With a vote of 5 to 2 to 11, this motion will be reflected in the first motion. Which means now we go back to the first motion of Jared. Can you please restate your first motion?
With this change being made, I would like to still vote on this amendment, but encourage everyone to vote against it. I know that sounds weird, but now that we have made a motion to change the goal of this position, I don't think we should be eliminating it based on the previous title. So I will make a motion to vote on amendment 1.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right.
Can you restate what are you saying? What the motion is?
We're voting on the amendment itself now.
And the original amendment was to remove it, correct?
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
There's been a second. Yes, we're going to do this by placard vote. Am I right, Hayden? Okay, okay. A placard vote. All those in favor, please raise your placard.
Are we not, point of information, are we not in discussion and debate about the amendment still? Or have we exited
That was
discussion?
I made a
Chairman's
motion to vote on this, so.
I see, thank you.
Yeah. All those in favor of removing this position, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placards. Okay. Abstentions. With a vote of a 3 to 11 to 4, this motion fails. That will move on to amendment number 2, which is
that is incorrect. It should say 3549.49 for both boxes. Actually, if you could just go to the Teams and open the live version.
all right. While we're getting that, actually, I'll just look at this. Hold up. Chairman Golfin, does that look correct on the screens?
Yes.
Okay. With this, we'll move into discussion and debate of amendment number 2 with the first raise placard.
Point of personal privilege, can we restate what that amendment was?
This amendment is to reduce Office of the President discretionary by $3,549.49. The justification is that Office of the President has excessive discretionary funding that can be better utilized elsewhere.
Thank you.
Any discussion, debate we want to have on this? That we move into a period of voting.
Sorry, I didn't. Are we doing a speakers list?
Let Matt. Sorry, Senator Kemberg, I didn't see you. And then we'll let President Nunley respond.
I was just gonna ask why that number? It's a really specific number. Is there a reason?
Yes, I don't like numbers that don't end with 0, and the current amount doesn't end with 0. So that rounded amount was put to a different amendment. This number was also picked because previously the Office of the President discretionary funded events like State of the Association. It also paid for some of the expenses for Rail Jam. And since those expenses no longer exist, we felt that it would be appropriate to reduce the discretionary account.
You make a great point. And something I want to go into this administration being very clear about is that there are expenses that were paid out of Office of the President that floated to different departments, and that is true. Once again, though, that was a bare business now, and I'm not going to be held liable for any past thing that was a decision on a president or vice president. That was not me. Second, you've noted some great things that the Office of the President budget pays for. That is in addition to the $5,000 that is contributed to the Alumni Association. That is our alumni outreach. That event happens yearly, and that's almost a mandate from our university administration. That's a cost that we incur. This is context and information that is not to be had yet, but it is the lobbyists that we pay for ASCSU. So we have students down at the Capitol. They recently just sent a new contract back to us that increases the amount that we'll have to pay for the lobbyists that we provide for students by $4,000. Expenses like that are incurred in the burden of the Office of the President. The discretionary that the Office of the President has is extremely critical. So when things rise, like the Alumni Association needs it sends us an invoice, or the lobbyists that we pay, which is extremely integral to how we advocate, fight for, and push the narrative and truly change the pendulum and the needle for students on a consistent basis at the state level, that is a cost that we incur. It's not a burden that we disperse to Gov Affairs. It's not a burden that, well, I want to disperse to the Senate body because there is a pool of money that you all have access to disseminate for student needs, like things that are direct to students that they might write a bill and request money for. And so yeah, I love the events that you've noted that the Office of the President budget has paid for, because it is true, but there are many things that come out of this Office of the President budget that are on the fly expenses that are critical to our operations or to the operation of some partnership that we have that is integral to how we function. So if that can provide any context to why that is the way it is, and to the rounded number, the Office of the President budget had, I believe, is it 49 cents that is the extra, like the yeah, that was from so after we did not get the increase from SFRB, our total was something. It was like $176,000 that we had to move, and 49 cents. And so instead of putting that in environmental affairs, 49 cents that is in environmental affairs, or into basic needs, or to anywhere else in the executive budget, it made sense that we distributed the 49 cents to the Office of the President. But we can move 49 cents to, well, any department if that is the issue at hand. So.
That are there any other discussion debate we want to have? Yeah, sorry.
Absolutely. Yeah. I also just want to say, just from like an outside perspective, somebody who deals with a lot of budgets, it's hard to sometimes understand what a discretionary budget is. And as the point was brought up before on both sides, is that there's this amount of money that was used for this, and that seems frivolous almost. That wasn't our decision to make. We are not the people who made that in the past, so I don't think that should be reflected on here. And I don't think that discretionary budget should ever be considered like frivolous per se, maybe, just because that spending is used in foresight. A discretionary budget allows a group to make rapid response to decisions to issues that may come and afflict some of our students. So it allows us to act better. And I just think that we should consider it, essential to protecting students. And then
I just want to address something really quickly, and just give a little bit of context and an example from someone. This is literally my job, finance is my job, budgets are my job. A discretionary budget, for example, the Gov Affairs discretionary budget from this past year. Director Wilkins, she and the Gov Affairs team put on their roundtable event from money from their discretionary budget. When we are making these budgets, it is impossible to predict every single event that each department is going to put on. And so those discretionary budgets are there to account for events that we don't know we're going to have yet. On the budget currently, there's only 3 events for Gov Affairs. And I'm picking on Gov Affairs just because it's at the top of my mind that event just happened. But that's why we have that discretionary budget, and it's important that it's there because we want to serve our students to the best of our ability. We want to give them events that they want to have, and we don't always know what events they're going to want to have a year in advance.
Associate Senator Pickle.
I'm gonna hit a few things. I think the idea and the notion that we can move 49 cents anywhere is very valid and important because we should be analyzing where we're putting every cent because these are student fees. These are important. These need to be beneficial to the students, but they also need to be representative of what our Senate believes will be the best for our student body. I also would like to ask the amendment author, the amender. I want to ask Jared, once we're through with all the things we're removing, where are we putting this money?
It's a great question. If you look at amendments 10 through 18, those are the expense amendments. I chose, when organizing this based on the input of my committee, to put the cut amendments first, because we don't want to fund something without the money to fund it, because that puts us in a deficit, which we cannot do under any circumstances.
Thank you. Would somebody be willing to go through and read the added? That way we know what we're.
I can go ahead and do that.
Thank you. Thank you.
The first addition is to increase the basic needs discretionary line item by $2,000. The second amendment is to increase traditions discretionary line item by $500. The third is to increase the BSOF travel grant allocation by $2,000. The fourth is to increase the graduate affairs travel grant line item by $1,000. The Amendment 14 is to increase the elections budget by $1,000. Amendment 15 is to increase the Supreme Court discretionary allocation by $1,000. Amendment 16 is to increase Senate salaries to the following amounts. This totals to $3,498.17. Amendment 17 is to increase associate justice salaries to $2,478.56. This costs $651.32. Amendment 18 is to increase the Senate discretionary fund. This total is no longer accurate because Amendment 1 failed. This will be the remainder of the funds once we reach this point. And this increase is to cover budget renewals that we are very likely to see next year, including the pocket pantry program and growing food security.
So my thought, I'm thinking out loud, is everything that we have to decide what is beneficial and what is important and what we as a Senate believe is important. And we have to figure out, is this $3,549 best to put here, or is it best to put in the bin of the pocket pantry? Because that pocket pantry is going to get funded either way. Let's be so real. But we're going to fund it instead of it being funded and put as a priority of ASCSU as a whole. And that's consistent. I'm just saying we should be mindful of what we're not taking and giving.
I agree. I agree. And specifically as it's on the note of the pocket pantry, correct me if I'm wrong, but that is line item in the budget, or not line item, but it's in the budget currently, and we can pull that up to see if that's reflected. And looking through all the budgets this year, I sat down with the directors who currently serve these departments. Georgia White, obviously, the director of basic needs, is who I sat down with. And I think I spoke about this a little like last week, but specifically as it relates to our pocket pantry, we've added a fund in there for the ASCSU pocket pantry. So the way that we fund other pocket pantries can just go to those pocket pantries, and their fund to stock up and resupply and do all the things can be increased. And then we can maintain our own internal levels of how we want to see our pocket pantry. So I have thought about the pocket pantry in depth. Those of you who don't know, I started my tenure in ASCSU in the basic needs department. So
we have hit the time limit on discussion and debate for this amendment.
Oh man, no. Let's increase.
In the interest of time, I'd like to make a motion just to vote on this.
Second. Is there any dissent to that? No. Hearing that, we'll move into a period of voting. All in favor of, can you restate the amendment?
Decreasing the Office of the President discretionary line item budget by $3,549.49.
All those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed? Any abstentions? With a vote of 13 to 0 to 5, this amendment passes. We will now move on to amendment number 3. Chairman Dawson, would you mind?
Amendment number 3 is to reduce Office of the President Campus Leader Series line item by $3,000. The justification for this is that the initial allocation is too high for a pilot program, although additional funding may be warranted in the future once a more detailed plan is able to be presented to the Senate.
With that, we'll move into a period of discussion and debate with the first responders.
I really like the idea of the Campus Leader Series, but during the budget town hall, it did seem like there was a lot of specific objectives in place, and it sounded more like ideas that I love with campus leaders gathering to see how we shape campus in the future, but I didn't see any tangible objectives or actionable items. And I believe that the initial allocation of $8,000 is too high for an untested program. But I'd definitely be willing to decrease or increase the amount in this amendment. I yield.
Anyone else? With that,
Maybe a clarification, was it 3,000 or 8,000? Was the
initial allocation in the budget proposal was $8,000.
okay, and this is just reducing that by 3?
Correct.
Okay.
Sure.
I think it's interesting the conversation we're having simply because we just had a conversation about student engagement and outreach, and we have a clear outreach opportunity series set of programming efforts listed here. And this is the area that we are saying we shouldn't fund. So in the light of the student engagement conversation that we just had, and I think it comes back to
Point of clarification, isn't the amendment just to lower the funds? It's not to not fund it, right? Is it to not fund it? Or just to
hold on. Senator Kemper, can you please restate your point of information, please?
Clarification, is it not funding it or is it lowering funding? Because I'm really confused.
It's reducing funding.
Got it.
It's reducing funding by $3,000 if I'm correct, Chairman Laughlin.
Correct.
Okay. With that, President Nunley, you can continue. If you'd like.
In light of the conversation that we just had about student engagement, that's my point.
Senator Emeritus Malati.
I would just like to say that this is also something we haven't tried out yet. And I think we want to start small before we try to choke on an apple too big for our own britches. I yield.
I know this is discussion debate, but I do have a question for President Nunley. How did you guys come to the original allocation of $8,000 for this program? And is there a reason why you think 5,000 would be insufficient?
Yeah. I've looked at the numbers that it cost us to plan events prior. And so knowing how much it would take to book space in the LSC, get catering, and get students to come out. So any exerted efforts on a multitude of different series of events, it's no cheap effort, especially dealing with the LSC. Many of us know this. Many of us know that when we got catering the other night for Budget Town Hall or for Senate in general, that is no light cost that we have. And so to get students to come out and attend events in multitude, even in partnership with other offices, will be a task that requires funding, especially if there's multiple of these events year round. So that was the thought.
Senator Taylor.
I would be opposed to this amendment. I think that President Nunley has the kind of discretion and leeway, I think, to budget some things how he wants to. And I feel that while I'm in support of some of these for specific reasons, I think that just because I would budget differently on this one is not a valid enough reason to vote against this. So I'm going to vote against this amendment to give President Nunley some leeway in the way that he budgets and to do the things that he campaigned on and was elected on.
Senator Camber.
I was gonna say something similar, but reflecting on that if it's multiple events, especially as a pilot program, if it's a matter of doing maybe one less event or doing one of the events in a different location on campus, using some kind of creative solutions to pilot this program and maybe possibly even reach more students in the process, I will be voting in favor of this amendment. I yield.
Thank you, Associate Senator Pickerel.
I think it's important to state the necessity that money can still be allocated should you expend the $5,000 and it was a blasting success. We will give you $3,000 from the Senate discretionary because we do want to see that. But the reduction of $5,000 is not necessarily a reduction in it's not that we don't want to see those, it's that, as was previously mentioned, we want to see the success. We're in your corner. We want to back you up, but we want to make sure that the horse we're backing up is the right horse, Does that make sense? Wait.
Senator Grenier.
So I was going to say a lot more, but Associate Senator Baker also had a lot of what I wanted to say. But I was going to say I am also against this amendment. Kind of. I'm against $3,000. So I have hosted events in the LLC before and gotten food. And for a thing of coffee, it is $100. For like a jug of coffee, it is $100. It's really expensive. But also, we talked earlier, and I talked earlier, about building bridges. And I believe the most important thing that we need to do this year is build bridges, especially after the turnout we had for the election. This is a great example of how we can build bridges with leaders in the student body. However, I do also think that $8,000 is a bit excessive for a pilot program. At the same time, I believe that $3,000 is excessive in a deficit. I would ask Chair McLaughlin if you'd be open to reducing it to $1,500 in reduction.
Quick point of information, I don't have the authority to unilaterally change these amendments. These amendments were made by the Budgetary Affairs Committee. I would recommend that you make a new amendment.
Okay. So,
the whole, so.
Or you make an amendment to amend.
Yeah.
I mean, how do people? I guess the straw poll. How do people feel about just reducing it from 3,000 closer to like 2,000 or 1,500? Okay, so would you like me to yield to you?
If you don't mind.
Yeah, of course.
I'm just curious, how many of you know how much it costs to rent a ballroom in the LSE? How many of you know how much it costs to cater an event in the LSE? Cool. How many of you have seen an LSE invoice? Cool. Since we're not all familiar, it's very expensive to hold large-scale events anywhere on campus. Anywhere on campus, it's really, really expensive to hold events for a lot of students, and we are trying to reach students. Every single one of you represents a different student group on campus. I represent one group, you represent so many. And if we want to get all of those groups of students together, we need large ballroom spaces, and that's expensive. Honestly, with $8,000, if we want to host 4 large-scale events, that barely covers it. So I guess that's just something to think about. Yeah, I yield back.
Thank you. So I guess with new information, I did not know how much it costs to rent a ballroom. I know how much it costs to do the catering. I'm I'm just now fully against this because now I'm concerned that we won't have the money to do it if we reduce it to do all four. And as I said before, we're about building bridges here. You know, we have to build bridges here, and this is a great way to do that. But then we yield to Associate Senator Figueroa.
My inquiry remains, or my statement remains, this is a pilot program. Is it reasonable to see 2 events occur if $8,000 is enough to cover 4 events? 2 events is enough for 4,000. We add 1,000 on there for unexpected expenditures. We get to see 2 events. We get to see how well they work. You come back, we'll give you 3. Is that amendable? I believe staying at 3 is reasonable, especially with the notion that they can come back for money, and we'll approach the success of this pilot program then.
You have. Okay, so with that, as I said before, I was wanting to do a lesser amount just because it's. I know how expensive to get food, right? The taco bar costs over $1,000. Just that. You just want tacos. That's $1,000. You want drinks to go with that? That's hundreds on top of it. I mean, like I hosted a rather small event. I spent $2,500 just on food and drinks, and we had maybe 40 people. So it's very expensive, but I would agree with you that a pilot program like this, 8,000 is a bit much. But as I said before, I also feel like 3,000 is a large chunk to cut out of that. So I feel like it's more reasonable to go close to like that $2,000, $1,500 mark, where it's like they get a bigger buffer if unexpected things occur. The ALSC will charge you for any damage, even if you didn't do it. If you didn't report it and they find it, they'll charge you money for it, and they charge insane amounts. So we have that buffer there, and then if we see that like these 2 events are really good, they have the buffer to do with everyone they want, and then they can come to us for report. As I said, I believe we will need to build bridges in this next year. But with that, I would like to yield.
Chair Rivera.
I'll be back. Yield to Senator Smith-Heisler.
I was going to say 2 things, but now it's only one. I agree with Senator Figueroa. We don't know. This is a brand new thing. We really don't know how much money we're going to need to spend on an event like this, so I don't know why we're assuming that we're going to need to have a ballroom. I don't know why we're assuming we're going to need these expenditures because we don't even know if it's going to succeed or not. So I don't know why we need such a high budget. I agree with that, but it does sound like a very good idea. I'm not really sure what we should do with the budget at this point, but I do think we need to keep in mind that this is a trial and everything we do here influences the future. So if we started at $5,000, it will probably continue to either $5,000 or slightly more, but if we started at $8,000, we're going to have to go up or stay at the same amount next time. I yield.
As chairing this meeting, we are out of time. We're also going, I believe, in circles, making the same points. I would like
to make a motion to vote on this amendment.
Any dissent to that motion? No? Then we'll do this by placard vote. All those in favor of... Hold on. Jared, can you restate the...
Reduce office of the president, canvas leader series line item by $3,000.
All those in favor, please raise your placards.
Please keep.
Hello. Oh. Sorry, math. Okay. Okay, put them down. All those opposed, please raise your placards. Any abstentions? A vote of 11 to 6 to 2, this motion passes. We are moving on to amendment number 4. I can count. Chair McLaughlin.
Amendment number 4, reduce Office of the President State of the Association line item by $2,000. Justification. The current form of the State of the Association address mostly serves only ASCSU officials and could benefit from scaling down.
We'll go into 10 minutes of discussion in favor with the first raised flag and speaker to pass. I'm the speaker right now. Senator Taylor.
I would be opposed to this amendment. I think that a lot of us have seen some issues with State of the Association and some of the ways that that's been done, and I think many of us think that that could be done in better ways that maybe cost a little bit less. I know a couple of years ago that was held in the Senate chambers, which we don't have to pay for, and other people have thought that doing it in other locations that we have to pay lots of money is excessive, and I can see that and get behind that, but I think that taking this kind of money out of the budget is just kind of uncalled for. I would not be in support of that. I move to exhaust the speakers list.
I
have context on how much the event cost.
There was a motion made.
Can you yield to
Somebody yield.
I made the motion. I would
the
still
motion.
have the floor when I
Okay.
yield to Jacques.
Okay. Do you yield? Or do you not yield? Sorry.
We'll vote on the motion.
Okay, cool. Is there a second to the motion?
Okay. Then I'll just yield to Jacques now.
Well, I agree. I think that State of the Association can be planned better, and so that is why it has been planned differently each year that we've done it, right? Hosting it in this space wasn't the most accommodating space to invite elected officials into and university administration. And after State of the Association, the feedback that I got from our Vice President of Student Affairs, Blanche Hughes, was she had pulled me to the side and she said, thank you for creating this, or not creating this event, but thank you for hosting this event and inviting us into this space, because I never thought that I would be able to see this ASCSU. And I said, oh, well, what do you mean? And she said, ASCSU so unified, ASCSU so in collaboration and working in tandem with one another. That event costed us, I think, $2,900. So right under $3,000, which is the line item for this. And that is with getting creative with it. And so as we talk about the way that my interactions with student fees have been this far, and I know somebody mentioned this earlier, but like getting creative with events, I mean, that's literally all I've done for events like the State of the Association. I mean, we had outside catering because it was the Michael Smith Alumni Center, which was a part of the decision to have it at the Michael Smith Alumni Center because catering costs would be cheaper. We worked with the Coca-Cola, the student sponsor for Coca-Cola, to try to get drinks that were cheaper for the event, which is why we didn't have like a gallon of lemonade. We had sodas instead and water, right? So getting creative in the expenditure of student fees is not one I take lightly. And so in doing so, I think that honestly, as we talk about it, the decision is whatever you'll make it tonight. But the State of the Association has the potential to be an event that students do attend, right? And so the further that we make this an event or something that CSU or ASCSU does to invite students in to learn more about our operations, what we've done, who we are, and how we've functioned, could be good, could work in our favor. The fact that it was live streamed last year and people can go back and watch the speeches is an add-on. So I mean there are opportunities for engagement here as well. Is what I'll add. Thank you for yielding.
I yield.
Thank you, Senator Camper.
I think that this particular event has gotten away from its intent of what it's supposed to do, which is to mimic what we do for our State of the Association. I think that we should be having speeches reflecting on the previous year, I don't know, at the inauguration, like we do in real life, in our big boy politics, when there's actually a whole year's worth of work to reflect on. It should be about giving speeches. I think that this is a money pit. I don't think it was done away, it was exclusionary to our entire branch, with none of them getting to interact with officials by being sat in one table in the corner. I just think there's no reason to spend money on this. I'm in favor of this amendment.
Thank you, Chair Rivera.
I personally think I agree with President Nomi in some points. I do agree that students were able to share a meal not only with ASCSU, but also with administration. President Nomi stated, that we were able to share a meal with the Vice President of Student Success, sorry,
Student affairs.
student affairs. And I think that is breaking barriers, and I think it gave many students the ability to even be able to like speak to them there, and ask questions. I know I had a senator and they brought a +1, and it was a CSU student here, and they had fun, and they were able to, like I said, share that meal with other administration that sometimes we don't have the opportunity to do so. I just want to ask, like, how I think you did state how much it was, but how much was it to host it there?
In the Alumni Center? $600. $600 for like, sorry. Can you yield to me so I can respond to
I need to.
I can just put you.
Okay, fire.
Yeah.
The comment that the event was exclusionary to the whole branch is a little unbeknownst to me, seeing as the first year that the event was planned, the outreach to senators was very minimal, and I don't remember any senators speaking at the State of the Association the first year, and so I don't know, the event being exclusionary to this branch is very unbeknownst to me, seeing as the speakers list, quite frankly, for the event was catapulted into a whole new pendulum of who should speak at the event. And so it set a new precedent for how we value the work of everyone in this organization, to my knowledge. The seating charts and many other things that have been noted are amazing feedback for whoever plans the event next. But as far as the event being labeled as exclusionary is interesting.
Senator Emeritus Minonti.
As someone who has attended both state of the associations, I'm gonna be blunt because it's 10:30. I have not eaten anything since the morning, and I am also just done. I think cutting it by 2,000 is fair. It really is, because in my talks with the first one, it did feel exclusionary. In the second one, it still felt exclusionary because from what I've heard from the senators, this event has always felt exec focused. It didn't feel ASCSU as a whole focus. It felt like it focused more on one branch. And that's not even just talking with just senators. I've also talked with justices on this. The judicial branch has felt this has been exec focused. And if this is meant to be an event where we both talk about what we have done, but also like make those connections, do that little bit of networking, because this is also a chance for professional development. Why are we just focusing on one branch? And if that is what I'm not going to say everyone, but what the people who I've spoken to and the members who are part of the two other branches that make up this organization feel, then I don't think this event is serving its purpose. It's really not. I yield.
Officer Diggs.
I would like to remind everyone that ASCSU is a service-oriented organization, and we serve this whole student body. And it's my opinion that we really don't need 2 events a year that are like internal focused. And while they are, I think every student is able to come to the State of the Association or IVAL. Anyone who has attended either of those events knows that that's not really the case. I don't really think we need. The reason why I'm in support of this amendment is because I don't think we need both the eyeball and the State of the Association. They seem really similar. It seems like the larger student body as a whole doesn't receive benefit from either of these events. I think it's great that we have events to celebrate ourselves, but I think we only need one of them. And I would like to see maybe the budgets for the eyeball and State of the Association combined with this reduction to host one event at the end of the year that celebrates our achievements, and it can be an opportunity for engagement.
Thank you.
To make a motion.
Yes.
On this.
Thank you. Is there any dissent to that motion? All right, we'll move into a period of voting using placard votes. Do you mind restating the original
The amendment is to reduce the office of the president, state of the association line item by $2,000.
All those in favor, please raise your placards. Okay, just making sure. If you're in favor, raise your placards again. We had some stragglers. 10. All right. All opposed, please raise your placards. 4. Any abstentions? With a vote of 10 to 4 to 5, this amendment passes. Amendment number 5, Chair McLaughlin.
Reduce office of the president, retreats and team bonding line item by $5,000. Justification. Funding for a program serving only ASCSU officials should be minimized to allow more funding for outward-facing programs.
With this, we'll move into a period of discussion and debate with the first raised placard. Speaker, Senator Taylor.
I am somebody who joined ASCSU in the 52nd Senate. If anybody knows anything about the 52nd Senate, that was
sorry,
not exactly the best culture. I think we have a culture now that is much better than that, one that people can communicate with one another, one that people can get along well, and that's not something that we saw when I joined the space. And I think a decent amount of that is due to efforts like this to get people within ASCSU, and especially people between the branches, people with legislative and executive and judicial all in one place, getting to talk to each other, getting to build those connections, and so that we don't end up hating each other over the petty politics that is ASCSU. So I would be opposed to this amendment because of that, and I move to previous question.
Second. There's been a second. Is there any dissent?
Can I dissent?
There is dissent.
Point of information.
Yeah.
For people who are new to the space, what is the retreat?
President Nunley, would you like?
Yes, so there's a ASCSU retreat that usually happens in the fall when everybody's coming back from spring or summer break. Last year it was hosted at the YMCA of the Rockies, so in Estes Park. It's exactly what Hayden said. It's a time of camaraderie and fellowship for everybody in ASCSU. So it's like a team retreat.
Thank you. With that,
Quick point of information, either President Nunley or Jared, do either of you know how much was spent for the fall retreat and this line item last year?
Yeah, the last year, so in previous years on the retreats, I believe the year before me, so not the 52nd, the 53rd. Yeah, so the 53rd, I have it. I've had that one, I know it. So the 53rd retreat, I think that there was about 11 to 12,000 spent on the retreat. Last year with some changes that were made, we spent, I want to say, on the upwards of $9,000 for the retreat, maybe 8. I'm pretty sure it was 8,000. Nonetheless, though, this line item will also be combined with anything that is related to team bonding. So anything that we do that is related to professional development next year, the spring retreat that is supposed to exist for ASCSU, that is all intertwined with this budget.
With that being said, there was a motion to previous question. Do I hear a second? Second. Do I hear any dissent to this motion?
Dissent.
I don't think.
Dissent.
Dissent. Okay. We'll do this by placard vote. Or yeah, placard vote. All those.
Really quick.
Sorry, what was that?
Can I give some reasoning really fast?
Never
mind. Let's just vote. Fuck it.
Okay. Voting. All those in favor of moving to previous question, please raise your placards. Yes. All those opposed, please raise your placards. Okay.
I stand up when I say.
Abstentions. All right. Previous question 1. So we'll move to previous question. With that, we'll move into a period of voting on this amendment. Chairman Loeffler, would you mind restating?
This amendment is to reduce the office of the president retreats and team bonding line item by $5,000.
We'll do this by placard vote. All those in favor of this amendment, please raise your placards. All right, all those opposed, please raise your placards. 6, 7, 8. All right. Abstentions. All right, with a vote of 5 to 9 to 4, this amendment fails. Amendment number 6, Chair McLaughlin.
Reduce Unified Success Joint Organization Programming line item by $3,000. Justification: the line item is vague. Additional funding may be warranted in the future with more detail.
With this, we'll move into discussion with the first raised placard. Chairman Loeffler.
This is the amendment that I feel the least strongly about. I like the idea of joint organization programming, but my objection with this, as with the Campus Leader Series, is that there's just not a lot of details at this point, and I'd like to see more details before allocating the full amount. So if we could get more details on what this entails in the future, like a plan, I would be fully on board with allocating the full amount.
Any other discussion, debate? Yes, go ahead.
Hi everyone, my name is Andrew. I'm starting as Chief Operations next year. And I want to say something to campus leaders aspects, but I didn't have a chance. We talked about a student engagement crisis, and a crisis takes a lot of change. And these are the two line items the campus leaders summit being the other one that really address RSO engagement. And you guys all spoke about changing the FSL position to an RSO position. And so I just like there to be a thought on whether that consistency is held as well. And so if we really want to outreach to RSOs, these are the two ways that we're really planning to do it. And so if that's something that's a priority for you all, I think, and you consider it to be a crisis, this is our avenue to adjust that. And so I just want that to be a point of thought in this, because I think it is a priority for you all. And when it's a crisis, you have to allocate a lot of money. You have to make big change. You have to take big steps. And I understand the concerns are there, but if this is a priority and this is a crisis, I think there has to be an acknowledgement of that. I yield. Thank you.
Any other points of discussion? Yes. Yes. Selfie. Thank you. Sorry. Tired.
I'd also just like to say, just in general, typically budgets are overestimated. You would rather overestimate cost than underestimate cost and spend more. There's a difference between budget and there's a difference between actuals. When I do travel for travel grant, I always recommend to students overestimate your costs on your travel authorization so that after you come back, when I do your reimbursement, it's less than what you anticipated. You never want to spend more than what you budgeted for.
Associate Senator Pickerel.
I'm gonna look for more clarification on what this is at all. And I'll yield to whoever wants to explain what the Unified Joint Success Programming is.
Is your for this?
Yeah. Whoever wants to go.
So joint organization programming will model the series that ASCSU puts forth, like when we do things like partner with Pride Resource Center on Drag Bingo, or when we partner with any organization on campus to do any set of organizational programming that relates to something that we don't necessarily plan, but we contribute to in some way. And so in light of events that are put forth that just has ASCSU's logo on it for some reason, right? This gives us some buy-in, right? It gives us some buy-in to the organization. It gives us some sense of responsibility over the event because it's almost our budget is just as a part of our strategic plan as anything else, right? And so this makes it an integral part of how we function. to do joint organization programming. It makes it something that we're actively thinking about because we budgeted and prepared for it. $7,000 is a underutilization of what we can do in a whole year, right? And how this functions. It's specifically targeted to make sure that this department, the Unified Success Department, the Directors of Pathways for Excellence, AD for Academic Innovation, and RSO engagement or whatever that role turns into, right, is actively doing that. And so if that's actively written into their job description, it should also actively be somewhere that they have some way to execute those responsibilities was the thinking behind this.
I'm actually really quite interested in this, and I think we should vote against this amendment.
Chairman McLaughlin.
Forgot what I was going to say. I like Chai's explanation and also going to support voting against my own amendment, or not my amendment, my committee's amendment.
Director Gray. You, Chair Rivera.
I also agree that we should oppose this amendment, and previous question.
Any dissent to that motion? No? We'll move into a period of voting. We'll do this by placard vote. All those in favor of this amendment, please raise your placards. Easy. All those opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Thank you. With a vote of 0 to 13 to 5, this amendment failed. Amendment number 7, Chair McLaughlin.
Amendment number 7, reduce Department of Marketing ASCSU gear line item by $1,500. Justification: funding for merch could be better utilized elsewhere to support students.
With that, we'll move into a period of discussion and debate with First Base Placard, Senator Emeritus Benanti.
I'm gonna be so real with y'all. I have never really seen ASCSU merch outside of ASCSU officials and or ex officios. So yeah, I'm probably gonna abstain though, because this one is, I feel meh, but also I'm gonna be real, I've never seen it worn by anyone outside of ASCSU or who has never been a part of ASCSU. So yeah, I yield.
Senator Taylor.
I have a couple of points I'd like to make on this one. I guess beginning with the fact that some of these things like the ASCSU gear is providing things to students like us beyond simply something with the ASCSU logo on it. I like the polo shirt that Ellie is wearing tonight. I know students who have had no professional attire that have worn those to Senate and to executive events every single week because they have nothing else and they feel like they would not fit in if they did not have that. And that extends beyond just the ASCSU meetings that we have. That's something people can wear for job interviews and those kinds of things. So I think that is something that provides a sense of professionalism to people. Second, I think that the ASCSU gear is an excellent way to kind of passively market ASCSU to the student body. I've had people ask me about the pin that I'm wearing tonight that says ASCSU on it. We have those jackets and all those kinds of things with ASCSU logos on it, and I always get questions about what is ASCSU when I have those. So I think that that's two excellent things that this money is going to that we should keep in mind with this. So I will be opposing this amendment, and I'll ask that you all do the same.
Senator Camberg.
I oppose this amendment for many reasons that Hayden just stated. It's an accessibility issue. We want to provide access to being able to be professional and in our development. That doesn't always look like a suit and tie, like hey, Tay. It looks different for different people and different comfort levels. And again, the marketing aspect. I yield to redundancy.
Thank you, Senator Roberts.
I would like to point out and just a point of clarification or I guess a question, point of information. Do we pay for those? Is like if you're like do you do like want one? You just get one?
Yes.
Okay.
Point of clarification, you do pay for that through your student fees.
Yeah. Doesn't matter.
Okay. Then the next one is like where is that market like told to people in ASCSU or
I can answer this. Typically during the fall semester, there's an onboarding form sent out where they ask, do you want a sweatshirt? Do you want this? Do you want that? And then they ask your size. You choose one of the items of merch and then give them their size, and then they order them.
Okay.
Thank you. Associate Senator Pickerel.
I actually have a point of clarification I want to start with. What does this reduce the line item to?
This reduces the line item to $2,500.
Do we know what it was at the year before?
It was at $3,000 in fiscal year 25.
So it's raised $500.
This amendment would effectively decrease it from $500 over this year.
Okay. I support this amendment. I really believe that this is one of those things that we use to benefit us and it doesn't benefit the student body. I think if we want to talk about marketing, we can find better ways of marketing to the student body than us wearing our t-shirts. And 2,000, is that what we're ending at 2,500?
The remaining amount that this amendment passed would be 2,500.
2,500. I really think that we can use that money to buy nice things without having to overspend and negate and use our student fees to buy what I would call self-serving just nonsense.
Director Gray.
I am against this amendment. I do want to say my first day in ASCSU, it provided me a lot of camaraderie to come in here and have the opportunity to get myself a notebook, get myself a polo. It provided me with a feeling of belonging. I think it provides a lot of members with a sense of belonging. And even, now in these past few weeks, we've had an immense shortage of these things, these ASCSU pins we don't have any of. I think it's an amazing thing that our members can kind of rep ASCSU. I think that it provides, I believe Senator Taylor said, students with, some nicer clothes. It's nice to get a free, really nice polo you can wear on Wednesday nights. I think that decreasing this would make those clothes even more inaccessible. It makes us not even able to rep ASCSU nearly as much. And I think that if we're thinking of how this is already a challenging organization to get into, I think taking away a sense of belonging that members may find when entering the organization would be helpful. I yield.
Thank you. Senator Sinas.
I have been attending the Civilian Caucus for 2 years now, and I have never heard that we could access anything like this. Obviously, I didn't have very specific membership, and caucuses are not committees. But maybe if we do not pass this motion, maybe we should reconsider who we give this to, or considering also that every single person taking one credit is a member of the ASCSU. I yield to redundancy.
Thank you. Chief of Operations White.
I just want to offer 2 aspects of information. This previous year, we spent $2,631.38 on this line item. That is less than the proposed change. I also want to say this budget does go to supplies when we table, and so the students can benefit from any ASCSU gear that we can get out. So it's not solely self-centered, although I do understand that typically this gear does go internally. I think also I want to echo Taylor's point Senator Taylor's point that oftentimes students do ask about ASCSU, which ASCSU Kent's person has also been asked about it, and that is a point of outreach. I yield.
Let's see here. Senator Graham.
Point of information, could you say that number one more time for the previous year amount?
$2,631.38.
With that being said, I feel like having a total number of around $4,000 going into this is a bit excessive. I am in support of this amendment, one, because I feel, especially as a new member, I don't feel a huge need to rep a lot of merch for ASCSU. Along with that as well, I would rather allocate these funds into more important aspects within student life. I feel this could go into Ranks Against Hunger, this could go into the pocket pantries we were talking about earlier, or so many other aspects that the students can actually then benefit from. So that way, when you are having those conversations about what you are doing within ASCSU, you'll be able to then say what you're doing with the money, rather than, I spend it on a t-shirt. I also believe we are starting again to go in circles, so I would like to motion previous question.
Second. Is there any dissent to that motion? Dissent. Hearing dissent, we'll do this by voice vote. All those in favor of previous question, please say aye.
Aye.
All of those opposed, please say nay. Abstentions. The ayes have it. With that, we'll enter a period of voting. Chair McLaughlin, would you mind reading it out again?
Sure. This amendment is to reduce the marketing ASCSU gear line item by $1,500.
We'll do this by tiger vote. All those in favor.
This by voice vote.
Sure. We'll do this by voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Abstentions?
Abstain.
Ayes have it.
Oh, that was too fast. Yeah.
With that, this amendment passes. Amendment number 8, Chair McLaughlin.
It's going slower than I thought it would. Amendment number 8, reduce marketing discretionary line item by $500. Justification for this is that the marketing discretionary line item was underutilized in fiscal year 25.
Before I start this period of discussion and debate, I would like to remind everyone yielding to redundancy is a thing. We can yield to redundancy, and motions can also be made. We don't need to make the same point over and over and over again. With that being said, the first rate placard, Associate Senator Pickerel.
I think even though it was underutilized, I want to just see it. What I want to see it done is utilized all the way. I don't think we should reduce it. Yield.
Any other discussion and debate? Yes.
Yeah, I would agree. Marketing discretionary is used to promote events that might happen at the last minute. So it being underutilized doesn't mean it's not being purposeful. It's just meaning that it's going to be turned towards something else. And the matter of $500. I don't think it depends on the figure. I think that we should be trying to use all the money that we can on marketing ourselves. And just so you know, as somebody who currently works in the marketing department, some of the things that we use our discretionary budget for, we're making the stickers and the handouts for the town halls and the info session and the navigating the future event. All that stuff had to come out on the tabling for the Rams Know Your Rights. We had to cater that. All this stuff is like emergency stuff that is to get students to come to our events.
Thank you. Any other discussion, Chair McLaughlin?
I would like to point out that some of those expenses that came out of marketing discretionary this year now have dedicated funding in other departments, such as transportation for the Basic Needs Summit and the Basic Needs Department, and another amendment to increase funding for the Supreme Court. That is all.
Any other discussion and debate? Associate Senator Pickerel.
President Nunley, do you think that money can be used?
In marketing?
Yeah.
yes, that money could be used in marketing.
Perfect. I think I still want to see it there.
With that,
I would like to make a motion to vote on this by voice vote.
all right, we've had a motion, we've had second. Is there any dissent to this motion? Or just first we have to leave the period of discussion debate. Seeing as though there's no one that wants it, we've had a motion. Is there any dissent to voice vote?
I dissent.
Okay. Then we'll do this by placard vote. All the Chairman McLaughlin, would you mind reading out the amendment again?
Amendment 8, reduce marketing discretionary line item by $500.
All those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed, please raise your placards. Abstentions. All right. With a vote of 3 to 11 to 4, this amendment fails. Amendment number 9, Chairman McLaughlin.
Amendment number 9, reduce Department of Traditions inaugural ball line item by $1,000. Justification: event can be scaled back to enable funds to be better utilized elsewhere.
With that, we'll enter in a period of discussion debate with first raised placard. Senator Taylor.
I'm opposed to this. I think that the eyeball is a fun tradition that we have within ASCSU. It's kind of the final end of year celebration of all of the hard work and dedication that we've had and that we put into this. We accomplish a lot in ASCSU, and I think that we should be celebrating that. It's also a time that we can celebrate the people who've been elected to positions and also to recognize the people leaving those positions. I think that the justification behind this is kind of weak. So I'm opposed to this amendment and I move to previous question.
Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Is there any dissent to that motion?
Dissent.
There's been dissent. We'll do this by, I'm going to do placard vote, that just seems easiest. All those in favor of moving to previous question, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placards. 6. Abstentions. 2. With a vote of 11 to 6 to 0, this motion, previous question is passed. With that, we'll move into a period of voting. I'm going to do placard vote. All those in favor, please raise your. Actually, Chairman McLaughlin, can you restate the amendment?
Amendment number 9, amendment number 9, reduce Traditions inaugural ball line item by $1,000.
All right. All those in favor, please raise your placards. All those opposed, please raise your placards. Abstentions. All right. With a vote of 6 to 9 to 3, this amendment fails. Amendment number 10, Chairman.
Hey, really quick. I just want to say you can do a voice vote. We just go slower when you do it.
Thank you for. I'll be sure to incorporate that.
Okay, we are now out of cutting amendments and now to additional amendments. However, due to not all of the cuts passing, we do not have enough to fund all of the additions. So,
for clarification, we have $10,049.49 to be allocated.
Wait,
that's the amount that was cut.
Okay.
Sorry, that was the amount that was cut. To be reallocated.
I'll just move into the first amendment because I feel like this won't be controversial. Amendment 10, increase basic needs discretionary line item by $2,000. Justification: basic needs has a track record of using discretionary funding to create impactful events for students, and federal basic needs assistance is being reduced, warranting increased funding for ASCSU efforts in this area.
With that, we'll move into a period of discussion and debate with the person. PR officer Diggs.
I'm in support of this amendment. I do want to make it known that I don't think President Nunley didn't do his due diligence. I know he sat down with the Director of Basic Needs, Georgia White, but seeing that the Department of Basic Needs has a great track record with using all of their discretionary funding, I think they could accomplish so much more if we give them a little extra money, and I really support the justification. I yield.
Thank you, Speaker. Senator Taylor.
That's fine, you can keep calling. Can you tell me again how much we have?
$10,049.49 to be reallocated.
I think that we should just put that all in the Senate. I know that the final amendment proposed by this is putting what we have left into the Senate. I think that at this point, we all want to go home. I think that many of us in the Senate would be willing to fund a lot of things in executive, and that's a lot of what the point of Senate is. So I would be in favor of just putting that all back in the Senate. I yield.
The one thing that I think should be addressed here is travel grant. You guys all heard me, some of you heard me come ask for more money for travel grant for our ASCSU travel grant, the one that the Department of Finance manages. And I also want to say the Grad Affairs travel grant did not use their full budget. They were allocated $24,000 and did not use their full amount. So between the two travel grants, you have $4,000 meant to be reallocated. And is that correct? Correct me if I'm wrong.
It's $3,000.
Total.
I was just under the assumption based on notes from the budget that they had to be identical. That's not the case.
They were not identical. So the travel grant that I managed was allocated 25,000, and Grad Affairs was allocated 24 in the past year. So yeah, I would advocate for those. Just
I'm
because
going to rule that this is not a germane conversation. We are voting on amendment number 10.
Sure.
So I would like to move to previous question on amendment number 10 and motion to actually wait. Previous question first.
Yes. Is there a second to previous question? Is there any dissent to previous question? With that, we've moved to previous question. Chair McLaughlin.
I'd like to motion to approve amendment 10 by voice vote.
Okay, voice vote. Can you read the amendment number 10, please?
Increase basic needs discretionary line item by $2,000. Do this by voice vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. Any abstentions? This is passed by voice vote. Chair McLaughlin. Amendment 11, increase discretionary line item by $500. Justification. Traditions events draw the most student engagement. Additional funding will allow the department to continue holding engaging events with the removal of rail control device. I'd like a motion to previous question.
Second. Is there any dissent to this motion? I didn't get a chance to write it down. No dissent. We'll move to previous question. Amendment number. Sorry, I'm thinking for my notes. We'll move into a period of voting via voice vote. Sorry, Senator.
Motion to approve the unanimous consent.
Any dissent? No. This is adopted. Sorry. Yeah, Chair McLaughlin.
Let's see what's the next one. Amendment 12, increase the VSOP travel grant allocation by $2,000. I would like to make a motion to amend this amendment to $1,600. And then, yeah.
All right. Does that motion have a second?
Second.
Is there any dissent to that motion? That will be reflected. That will move into a period of discussion and debate. First responder, Senator Emeritus Bonanti.
Motion, previous question.
Is there any dissent? Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Is there any dissent? No? All right, we're moving to previous question. Therefore, we will move. Therefore, what was that? We'll move to a period of voting on this by, I'm going to say, voice vote. Chair McLaughlin, can you please restate the motion?
Increase VSOP travel grant by $1,600.
By voice vote, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Abstentions? I'm gonna say the ayes have it. This amendment is adopted. Gavel.
I would like to move to rescind Amendment A13.
Is there any dissent to that motion? Hearing none, that amendment will be rescinded. And then amendment number 14, Chair McLaughlin.
Can y'all give me like 1 minute?
Yes.
Trying to figure out. This is really hard to do on the fly.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
give it a minute.
I'll wreck up all my plans by not giving me everything I want.
I get to catch up on my notes.
How much money is left?
That's what I'm figuring out.
Oh, okay. I'm with you all now. I get it.
I want to be
Point of clarification, currently $5,949.49 needs to be, still needs to be allocated.
That's what I got too, so.
Alright. Chair McLaughlin, amendment number 14, please.
Give me 1 more minute.
Yeah.
Let me slow down a little bit. There we go. Okay.
Did we? Sorry, I was distracted. Did we read the amendment?
No.
Okay, we'll wait for that. Or I could read it. Amendment.
Could I just make a motion?
Sure.
Can we see amendment 16 as the next one that we put on?
Is there a second to that?
Second.
Is there any dissent to that? Hearing no dissent, we'll see amendment number 16 next. Chair McLaughlin.
Amendments. What was that?
16.
Okay, I'll just do it.
Yeah.
Amendment 16, increase Senate salaries to the following levels. Speaker, $15,328.10. Speaker pro tempore, $5,000, $5,153.40. Parliamentarian, $4,373.46. Committee chairs excluding budgetary, $2,695. Budgetary Affairs Committee Chair, $4,373.46. Justification, increases to better reflect responsibilities of each office and hours worked.
Thank you. With that, we'll move into a period of discussion and debate with the first respondent. Jared.
Okay, I know I'm Budgetary Affairs Chair, and that one has one of the higher salaries, so I will just make my case for myself. When I passed Lex 5418, it significantly increased the responsibilities of my role. I'm now in charge of financial reporting for this organization, which is slightly more than other committee chairs have to deal with. So that's just my justification for that. The specific percentages over last year for these roles are 3% for speaker. Let me pull up my spreadsheet really quick. 3% for speaker, 20% for speaker pro tempore, 20% for parliamentarian, 10% for committee chairs, 20% for budgetary chair. I've had conversations with multiple members of legislative cabinet, including Senator Taylor, that felt that these roles in the past have not been properly compensated, especially because hours worked often exceed those in the job description.
Senator Taylor.
Excuse me, hold on. I have 2 things on this, 2 points I would like to make. One, I think that this is the most important of the amendments that we have left. That's why I wanted to see this one next. I think that the kind of disparity in pay within the legislative branch is something that's disappointing within the organization of ASCSU. I will be making a motion in just a moment to amend the pay scale of some of this. This is something that was actually brought to my attention just today, and so I hadn't fully had the time to think about it. But as I thought about it a little bit, I will be making that motion in a second. But I do think it's important that we pass this. I think the fact that the second in command in the legislative branch makes less than the deputy directors of the executive branch is absolutely insane, and that should not be allowed to continue. So I do think that we should pass this amendment to the budget. The motion I wanted to make is to amend the pay of the parliamentarian and the budgetary affairs committee chair. I don't think that those two should be equal because of the duties of the parliamentarian is something that I can personally attest to is significant. And I know that we've added on quite a bit to the budgetary affairs chair, but I don't think that those two should be compensated equally. So the amount that we change that by, I'm willing to be flexible.
Would you like to specify a specific percentage over last year, and I can quickly calculate those to satisfy it? Because these two roles were paid the same last year. So
Also, for a quick point of information, I have the spreadsheet up calculating the hourly pay comes out to with the numbers in the job description. The budgetary affairs chair, if they are an associate, their hourly pay is a little bit higher, obviously based on the hours. And then if they're a senator, it comes out to roughly $15.19. That's actually one of the higher hourly pays. And I will also note that's about $5 less an hour than all the exec positions. So just throwing that out there, if you need any more specific information, I've got that spreadsheet pulled up.
yeah, I can just go ahead and get those. With this increase, the hourly pay per speaker will become $18.69 an hour. The hourly pay for Speaker Pro Tempore will become $16.10 an hour. The hourly pay for parliamentarian will become $13.67 an hour. The hourly pay for recruitment and retention. Oh wait, we didn't do that one. The hourly pay for committee chairs will be $10.53 an hour, and the hourly chair pay for budgetary affairs chair will be $15.29 an hour.
There's oops. Senator Taylor, did you continue with your motion?
I'm a poli-sci student. We don't do that. I don't fully know what the numbers and what the percentages should look like, but that was something that was brought to my attention that I thought I would mention. If folks think that those two should be compensated equally, that's fine. I'm plenty happy to just vote on this amendment. But if people think that should be amended, I would open it up to discussion.
Is there a second to this motion? Yeah, can you
I would like to make the motion to increase parliamentarian salary to $4,555.69 and decrease budgetary affairs.
Point of information, can you repeat those numbers, please?
Yes, I would like to make the motion to set parliamentarian salary to $4,555.69 and budgetary affairs. Did you get that? And budgetary affairs chair to $4,191.23. This reflects an increase of 25% for parliamentarian and 15% for budgetary affairs chair.
Second.
For information, can you help me with the math? Does that mean the overall total is the same? Or do you reduce the total allotted?
I believe so.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
That sounds right.
Yeah. That's an interrupting motion. You can make that one, okay?
Yeah.
I have a point of information. Does anybody know if we're an FLSA exempt organization?
What?
Because if we're not, it's against the law for us to pay under minimum wage per hour.
I don't know the specifics of what that word was. I don't know what that means, but I do know that we have positions that make less than what I believe to be technically the minimum wage. I think that's because that's a contracted position, so that doesn't exactly apply. I don't fully know what all goes into that. I'm not the guy to be asking that question, but I do think that it's.
I guess I have information. I asked the new director of finance, but she said she's pretty sure it's this, but I just want to know if anyone has any other information on on the line item, when we report these to the National Labor Board and the IRS, are these salaries or are they stipends? Stipends. Okay, thank you. Then my previous question is moot because FSLA doesn't apply to stipends.
There was a motion made by Chair McLaughlin. Second, can you restate the motion, please?
To change parliamentarian salary within the amendment to $4,555.69.
There's been a second. Is there any dissent to this motion?
Oh wait,
Sorry.
I'm waiting for you to.
Oh, sorry.
I got it.
Oh,
I'm waiting for it to be approved. I have it written down.
okay. To change parliamentarian salary to $4,555.69 and to change budgetary salary to $4,191.23.
Associate Senator Pickero.
Before we vote on this, I want to note that we're going to come up $191.32 short on line item, assuming line item 17.
We haven't voted on.
No.
We haven't voted on line or amendments 14 or 15 yet.
I'm more so note that something's going to have to give.
Yes, I'm considering that.
All right. So there's been a second. Is there any dissent to the motion made? No. That motion will be reflected. With that, we go back to our speakers list, which I believe was.
That's me.
Yes, I believe
Good. I moved for this question.
Is there a second to that? Is there any dissent to that motion? Hearing none, we'll move
I
into.
moved to pass this amendment by unanimous consent.
Bless you.
Is there any dissent to this? Dissent. There's been dissent. We'll do this by voice vote then. All of those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Any abstentions?
Abstain.
With that, this amendment is passed.
Can you tell us how much we have left now?
Assuming that it's still correct, we have about $2,451.32 left.
I motion to put all of that into the Senate discretionary fund so we can move on.
I'd like to dissent with that and just breeze through the next one, please. And let me just break this right.
With that, we go back to amendment number.
I would like
14?
to move to amendment number 15 and motion to skip discussion, debate, and vote on it by unanimous consent.
Is there a second to that? Is there any dissent?
I
No.
dissent.
Dissent?
Yes, if we're going to increase salaries in one area, we can't ignore the judicial branch. And I don't think we'll have enough money to do that if we do.
I'm getting to that.
Okay.
There's been dissent. With that, we'll just move into a voice vote on this, which is deciding if we did vote on this amendment by unanimous consent. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Any abstentions? All right, the ayes have it. We'll vote on this amendment, which can you state by unanimous consent?
This amendment is to increase the Supreme Court discretionary budget by $1,000.
Is there any dissent to this amendment? Hearing none, this amendment is passed. Chair McLaughlin, I assume you don't want to. You want to go somewhere else.
1 second.
Yep. And I'd like to say 3 minutes to resolutions. Those will be passed.
Okay. I would like to move on to Amendment A17, increase associate justice salaries to $2,478.56. This is to better reflect job responsibilities.
I'm going to have a point of clarification. How much money do we have left to be allocated? We have $1,451.32. With that, we'll move into a period of discussion and debate on amendment number 17. Senator Taylor.
This question.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any dissent? We've moved to previous question. We'll move. Senator Taylor.
I move to pass this by unanimous consent.
Is there any dissent to this? Hearing none, this is passed. Chairman McLaughlin.
Amendment number 14. Increase the elections budget by $1,000. I would like to move to amend this amendment to allocate the remainder of funds to elections. And then I would like to actually.
Is there any dissent to that motion?
Dissent.
All right, there's been dissent. We'll do this by voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Abstentions?
Abstain.
The ayes have it. Chair McLaughlin.
I'd like to make a motion to approve amendment 15. Which will, in this case, allocate $800 to elections budget.
And A14 is right. $800. It's A14.
Yes.
Is there a second to this motion?
Second.
Is there any dissent to this motion? Dissent. We'll do this by voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Abstentions?
Abstain.
The ayes have it. This is passed.
I'd like to move to add the adopted amendments to the bill, or give the parliamentarian the authority to add adopted amendments to the bill with all changes and rise out of committee of the whole.
Second.
Is there any dissent to that motion? Hearing none, the parliamentarian has the authority to make those edits, and we are rising out of committee of the whole. President Nunley, do you accept these edits?
Yeah. We accept these edits.
Wonderful. With that, we will go. Chair McLaughlin.
I would like to motion to previous question.
Second.
Is there any dissent to that motion? We'll move into a period of voting. Senator Taylor.
I move to pass this budget by unanimous consent.
Is there any dissent? Congratulations.
I would like to thank you, Mr. Chai, for standing here, being the first in a long time to have gone through a real budget process. So thank you so much for being here and working with us.
Yeah, I actually really want to thank you, Kai. You've been very graceful, and I appreciate that. I'm sorry if I said it rude to you.
With that, we'll move to Bill 5506, job descriptions of the Nunley Godshaw Cabinet. Yes, we'll give the parliamentarian a moment to get things together. And for clarification, after this, we will have 3 pieces of legislation that will go incredibly quick. Lex 5501, Resolution 5504, Resolution 5507. I don't anticipate those to take more than 10-15 minutes. Senator Roberts.
I move for a 2-minute recess to give the parliamentarian time.
Is there any dissent to that motion?
Dissent.
There's been dissent. We'll do this by voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Abstentions?
Abstain.
I'm going to say the ayes have it. Have a good 2 minutes.
It's been a long process, especially seeing it given the shares.
Thank you. God, I don't want that person to know.
I know, no kidding. I want to go
Various things. Various things.
Another hour, guys. Just one more hour and I'm deep row.
Elliot, I think you've chaired the Senate session longer than I ever did.
That's not hard. The amount of time.
Sorry, all right.
Yes.
So,
Do you think I have that?
I want to make sure you know that.
It's okay if you dislike me.
It is like 11:30 and I can only see
My not my direct teacher, not the Nora, the walkout stuff.
Yes. Anyway,
It's like that, like,
I'm
sure,
before
but
anyway, I said what I said. I
same
said,
stuff.
I said, and I am not going for any of it.
Campus leaders here.
I
Hey,
have
y'all take your time because I'm gonna edit this back version of
Leadership
job
training next generation supers. And then facilitators with focus on associated with the National Food Organization, National FFA Organization, and those facilitators are professionally trained in all of them. And so we have.
I don't care. I'm going to silence you again. That might.
That's fair.
Joy.
And then I people that information, but the college of people that help support others. Did you make any
No.
So you're at it? Because we think that that's important.
Yeah.
And if we can
Yes.
elevate that,
That's the next item.
Okay. I think this is similar, but
yes, that is correct.
Pay for facilitators, we would love.
Could have been worse.
It very much could have.
You want to be able to keep people like
I think I'd try, honestly. I saw. No, I'm going through and
making your notes.
Yes.
How many pages have you used so far?
I've used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 pages of notes.
You know,
thank you for your point of clarification earlier. I
Also,
appreciate
the other day, I wanted to think there's things that we.
Honestly, I remember you making one. I'm like, hey, damn, that was a good move. And I don't remember which one it is. I'm stupid. I never said you were. I liked it. I liked your point. It was a good point of information. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I had a couple.
No, I really like the last one. I have no idea what that means. What?
The FLSA.
Yeah,
That is the Fair Labor Standards Act.
Oh, I would
Sets
hope
the
we're
minimum wage. So the thing is, though, there are certain types of work that allow you to be in non-compliance. Those are called FSLA exempt positions.
Right.
My question was, if it is salary, that's like, the things we call salary.
Right.
With FARA and the other account actually report to the IRS is different. It could be a 1099.
That makes sense.
So it could be a 1099, which then means we can pay you $5,000 for 35 hours a week.
Right.
But or however much you're required, 15, right?
Yeah, 15-ish. 10,
yeah, so like we can pay you under the Colorado tax wage, which is $14.91.
Yeah.
If we're not FSLA exempt, and it is salary, we have to pay you even in salary above the tax wage in Colorado.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that because Colorado tax it to cost of living instead of a hard tax minimum wage.
Mm-hmm.
So 3 weeks ago it was $14.81. It's now risen to $14.91.
Yeah.
So it's like they do that. So it's like.
Who knows? Who knows?
That's why it's why they round so much. Like,
Yeah.
like just we're not going to pay you minimum. We're going to pay you 15. All right, so just covers.
Yeah. You're good. No, you're good. Yeah. No, you're good. All right. Get prepared. Actually, I need my parliamentarian.
Go do other things.
You know what?
How's it feel? Second day on the job.
Second day on the job, and I'm doing this.
You could put to your LinkedIn project.
I plan on putting this on my LinkedIn. The YouTube recorded this going on my LinkedIn.
Okay, here's for you.
Parliamentarian.
Absolutely not.
Parliamentarian.
But you know, and I'll say
we can have an extra break, I guess. Congrats, everyone. We are at. Oh, I paused it.
Oh
God. We're at 3 minutes.
It's okay. We have edits being made to job descriptions to reflect changes in
time. Again. We'll just edit. We'll wait for Gio. That's my executive decision. You can overrule me if you
That's
like.
what I had two right now.
I'm gonna sit down. Back.
Prodigal
Oh,
son returns.
all right. Back to your seats. Everyone say.
Give me 30 seconds. I'm ready. All right. No, this is all right. I'm going to call us back to order. we are going to move into Bill 5506, job descriptions of the Nutley Godshaw Cabinet. I believe we did pass this with the contingency of going into Q&A, so I would entertain that motion to go into Q&A.
I moved to open 10 minutes of Q&A by unanimous consent.
Is there any dissent? Hearing none, we will go into 10 minutes of Q&A with the first race placard. Seeing none, we will move into a period of discussion and debate with the first race placard. Senator Grenier.
Okay, so I think the only one I've read all of them. I don't know if anyone saw this, but I think the only one that isn't really just gonna have a continuancy of another one with a new name tacked onto it is the FSL one, and we changed the title of that one. So who wants to start making some changes on that? Also, I have a physical copy if anyone needs it.
I believe it is within the parliamentarians' job descriptions that they can edit procedural stuff like that.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken.
So I'd like to make a motion, a previous question, and like a parliamentarian.
Hold on, I have edits I'd like to propose.
Senator Camber, what was that?
I have edits. I just really quick on our little break here. I think I can drop them in. I want the whole body to look at this, so I would like to, I'll put it in the Teams, and I'd like to make a motion to enter committee of the whole briefly, review these edits together and see if there's anything we should add or change, because this is more than just procedural.
All right, there's been a motion to go into committee of the whole. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any dissent to this? Hearing none, we will go into committee of the whole.
Quick point of information. The title of Assistant Director of FSL Affairs has changed to Assistant Director of FSO Affairs, correct?
RSO.
Yeah.
Registered Student Organization.
You spelled it out.
Senator Grenier.
Okay, so again, if I can clarify, this isn't all procedural. I would like to amend the job description a bit here. Under the line item administration, I would like to remove the fourth bullet point, research and methods create pathways for students to receive funding for chapter 2. That's no longer.
Point of information, do you guys have the edits I made to pull up? I just put them in the Teams.
Check the journal.
We could solve a lot of time if you guys just pull those up real quick.
Give us a second to pull those up then. There we go. Since they're your edits, Parliamentarian Camber, would you mind going through and explaining them?
Sure. Okay, so
Senator Camber, sorry.
First things first, changing the name, Assistant Director of RSO Affairs. In the job description, I removed fraternity and sorority to RSO. Basically everywhere it says it, I've changed it to RSO, but there is, under project management, I removed working with fraternity and sorority life and ASCSU Senate to create Senate seats for students who are a part of blah, 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 all the abbreviations. I removed that. I changed RSO, changed fraternity and sorority verbiage all to RSOs, and I added help coordinate with RSO's leadership for Club Day on the Plaza to promote student involvement. In collaboration, just removed fraternity and sorority life to RSO events. Both times. That's really it. The project management was Google's one and an addition of another.
Right. I believe President Nomi had a request to spell out RSO as registered student organization, which that can, I believe, falls under the parliamentarian's purview. That's just me.
That is a duty a parliamentarian can do, yes.
Thank you. Are there any more edits we'd like to make to this, other than the edits reflected in Senator Camber's edits?
Just give me a second.
Yeah, yes. We'll give it a minute or two.
There is one edit under preferred skills. It's specifically that fourth bullet point. I want to probably just fraternity and sorority life to RSO and slice engagement? Because the slice tends to oversee RSO, like that kind of stuff.
All right, is there a second to that, Senator Fernand?
Do we want to phrase that then more so as knowledge of Colorado State University clubs and organizations, since that is all encompassing of it?
All right, parliamentarian, did you get that?
Hold on.
You have final edit rights, so.
Can we say student groups?
All right. We're in committee of the whole. Does that edit have any dissent? No. Senator Grenier, I believe you had something.
So I'm reading this and the specific one I want to remove is still there, so I'm going to hold my previous edit, which is the fourth bullet point of the line item administrative, researching methods to create pathway students to receive funding for chapter dues to be struck completely from the job description.
Is there any dissent to that motion? Hearing none, that will be reflected. I'll give another minute or so for people to go over and make sure that they're fine with it. Good.
Could we just scroll down slowly in the in-person?
Senator Grenier.
Make another edit. Collaboration, line item collaboration. Bullet point 2, serve on the FSL Sustainability Council. That failed. That does not exist. It should be struck from the job description.
Is there any dissent to that motion? Hearing none, Director Gray.
I would say that I'm in support of not fully striking the line of researching methods to create pathways for students to receive funding for chapter dues, and rather broadening it to organizational dues instead of chapter dues. I think that that's a pretty important part of the role. I think there are a lot of students who struggle paying chapter dues, as well as sport clubs on campus that have pretty expensive dues, and that was work that we wanted to do. So kind of broadening that from chapter dues to dues for all organizations to make those SROs in general a little more accessible for students.
Does anyone make Associate Senator Pickerel? Does someone make Director Gray's motion? Senator Roberts, do you make that motion? Yes. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Is there any dissent? Hearing none, Associate Senator Pickerel.
Under collaboration, I would like to see the addition of lifetime weekly Senate meetings to report which RSOs were interacted with and in what aspects they were. I can repeat that motion.
Yeah, just give us 1 second.
Strike a strike. Just it was organizational dues, correct? Yeah. Organizational. Okay.
Support.
Point of information, what are SROs?
RSOs are registered student organizations.
I wasn't sure what.
Yes, there's nice. One second. Claire's first, then you can. You can also make it after we exit committee poll. You don't have to, you need to say. 1 second. Just, are you ready? Yeah. Okay. President Nunley. Okay. Associate Senator Pickerel.
I'd like to add the collaboration responsibility. Is that my benefit?
Can you repeat your motion?
I'd like to see this position come to Senate, limited to monthly, to talk about which RSOs, the hired individual interacted with and in what capacities.
So change, what's it currently?
So if I'm attending fraternity sororities, tailgates. I think
Are you saying come to ASCSU Senate?
Yes.
So that'd be attend a monthly ASCSU Senate session.
Monthly, weekly, I'm amenable to whatever.
Does anyone have any strong monthly?
I think
Monthly. General consensus is monthly. All right. Is there any dissent to that motion? Dr. Gregg.
I do want us to keep in mind that this is an assistant director role. This seems like we're putting quite a lot of workload on them. I think these weekly requirements, maybe we can turn into monthly requirements.
It is monthly. Okay, perfect. I agree.
Senator Roberts.
If you think that monthly would be, I would also be okay with annually. Like they could annually attend. I would be okay with that too.
I will make a motion to that.
We've not amending the motion, so we're going to vote on the current motion, which is monthly. Is there any dissent to that motion? Dissent. We'll do this by voice vote. All those in favor of the motion for a vote by placard. Vote by placard. That also works. Sure. Yeah. All those in favor, please raise your placard.
Don't we technically have to vote on it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Voice vote for placard.
voice vote for placard vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Abstentions? Ayes have it. If you're in favor of the monthly attendance requirement, please raise your placard.
12. 13.
13. All of those opposed, please raise your placards.
Wouldn't this be part of the director for pathways job anyway?
Into the microphone.
Microphone. This is a period of voting.
So, yeah, but it's just an actual question. Or I guess a point of information. Wouldn't this just be part of his job anyway? To give us this information? What's the need of having the assistant director?
I would be comfortable amending it to my job description to do that monthly report to Senate.
I would prefer to hear from the person who made the points of contact, so that we're getting all the information, because it's easy to forget every time information passes through another person. You know what I mean? I think for the best communication, I'd rather hear it from the horse's mouth. So to speak.
We are in a period of voting, so I'm going to continue on with that period of voting. All those opposed, please raise your placards. Hang on, abstentions.
We have clarification.
Yes.
Can you? What are we voting on again? I'm so sorry.
This is the monthly attendance requirement
for the assistant director.
For the assistant director. Okay. With the vote of 13 to 1 to 2, this amendment passes. Any other edits we'd like to see? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to leave committee of the whole. Senator Emeritus Menanke.
It was not happening, right? I motion to leave committee of the whole, and hopefully these edits are accepted.
Do I hear a second? Do I hear any dissent? Hearing none, we will leave committee of the whole. President Nunley, do you accept these edits?
No. I would motion to take out attending.
You don't have the motion.
Senate. Oh, okay, well, I say that we should take out attending monthly Senate in any of the job descriptions, because there will be there's going to be a strategic report put together of all of ASCSU's happenings by the director of pathways, operations, and the administrative coordinator, who will be putting a report and a presentation together anyway to report at semester at some point. So yeah, I take monthly report to send it out of that.
Is that the only edit you dissent to?
Yeah, because there were only the edits about FSL being changed to registered student organization, organizational dues being changed to membership barriers, and a few other things within the job description that amended FSL RSO. So
yes. So do you accept those edits on that one not being accepted? the monthly one being rejected, every other one. Okay. With that, we'll move into a period of discussion debate. Senator Taylor.
I think I would be hesitant to accept executive job descriptions that don't entail coming to Senate to inform on what the executive branch is doing. That's something that we've typically done quite a lot of, is having executive come into Senate and tell us, keep us updated with what's going on with them. That's kind of how we have that contact point, is people coming into Senate. And I know that it's kind of a pain in the ass sometimes to come to Senate, believe me. But I think it's something that is needed to keep communication within this organization alive. And I think that without a way to have that kind of accountability and updating on what's going on, I don't want to exactly support that. I yield to President Ryan.
Oh, thank you, Hayden Taylor. You make a great point, and I think that we begin to border a slippery slope, because we then could explore the opportunity to have everybody come to all branches to report on their happenings, to keep those communications up. And you say we currently do. I mean, I led the cabinet meeting this last year, and I know how many senators showed up, including yourself, to cabinet, on a regular basis. So that's something that we should explore for all job roles at that point. I like that idea.
Information, we did actually make that amendment to require senators to attend at least one cabinet meeting per semester. I know that happened in the middle of the year, but we did explore that topic.
Yeah, did that happen?
No, but we can make sure it will.
I can provide some hi everybody, I'm back. I can provide some more context as to perhaps why that didn't happen. I think that the fact that it happened in the middle of the year was a big part of it, but if it's amended in the job descriptions from the beginning.
Matter at hand.
I'm so sorry.
You're all good. Chair Gilmore.
I'd just like to say, I feel like the difference in this situation is this is a brand new role. And so that's why I feel that I agree with Hayden on this, and that the idea of having someone come and kind of update us on how this role has been going, and especially because this role was a point of contention of even existing at the beginning of this, or in the middle of this Senate, however long it's been going on. But I just think that because this is a new role and we're devoting this money to it, and hopefully we'll continue to see it and it'll prosper. And if it does, then we can obviously make this an established role where they don't need to attend meetings. But for now, when it is a new role and we have yet to see any of the outcomes that will occur from this role, that it'd be beneficial for them to come and update and for us to hear how it's going.
I would like to provide an additional point of clarification / information in terms of Senate members attending executive meetings in the upcoming semesters. Currently, as the job descriptions are listed, as the person who would have tasked to record all of that last semester, in addition to being the person who will be rewriting the job descriptions this summer. It'll be very, very much.
I hate to do this. I don't think this is germane to the conversation.
I disagree with the speaker's ruling on this matter. I would like to the speaker-elect speak to the specific topic we are discussing.
Is there a motion to overrule the speaker?
Sure, I move to appeal the decision of the chair.
Is there a second? Second. Actually, I'm really curious. Is there any dissent? Hearing none. My decision was ruled incorrect. Speaker Reese, you can continue.
First and foremost, sorry, Ellie. Thank you, body, for knowing your powers. Moreover, it'll be a point of clarity to make sure that we have that conversation, that collaborative aspect of having people attend. Specifically, I also had conversations this last semester with both our Chief Justice Morgan Wright as well as our Speaker Hayden Taylor in terms of making sure that at bare minimum, the branch leader, the liaison, as this role was previously designated as for this specific area of interest, will be at executive meetings is all I really wanted to say. Thank you. Yield.
With that, I believe we were. Senator Camber, did you make a motion? I don't remember.
I gotta be honest, I'm a little lost in the sauce as far as
Okay.
where we are.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the speakers list with Senator Emeritus Menotti.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I'm agreeing with Hayden and Gilroy, because I do feel like one, this is a new position, so I would like to hear a little bit more from them as they do their job. Also, it's not reasonable to expect someone to remember every single group and every single thing they did in a semester. Lord knows I barely do that for finals. So I will say that I do think it would be good. Plus, it's one day out of the month, which is something that we do, and we sort of give a little bit way more than that. And I don't think it's unreasonable to ask for like a monthly, hey, here's what I did. Also, exec reports are like the first reports in every agenda, so they won't be here long.
I'm gonna give a chance to let President Huntley reply.
No reply.
Okay. We'll move then to Associate Senator Pickerel.
Point of information.
Yes.
Do these positions have to give a written, the assisting director positions have to give a weekly report to their direct report?
Yeah. Director of Operations White.
Yeah, monthly reports are required for all positions within the executive branch. They're not weekly. You do check in with your director weekly verbally. I know I was next on the speaking list. Am I allowed to speak of what I was going to say? Do you want me to wait?
Sorry, I clicked the wrong button. I prefer if you wait.
How you?
Then we go to Associate Senator Pickerel.
I'm not really amenable to passing job descriptions that don't have Senate oversight. I think that's inappropriate, and I would expect to see it, especially on such a contentious role. We had a significant amount of debate on what this role would entail, and I feel it's reasonable to want to see it followed up in such a matter.
Chief of Operations White.
I want to add two things. One, we have required office hours within the executive branch, and so if any of you are curious to talk one-on-one with this position, those are hours they're required to fulfill. I want to add that this is an associate director position, and so their hours are minimal. I want to say that I have been here very long hours these last few days, and I'm not currently yet being paid in this position. I will continue to support Senate and show up for Senate, and also part of my job is assembling operational reports and the overall success of ASCSU in multiple roles and multiple endeavors, and I will make a consistent effort, and this is my word. If there's something else you want to do with that, we can talk about it, but it is my word that I will be here consistently to update you on the operational efficiency of the executive branch, and that continues within this department. I also want to say Director Ben Gregg is also here. This is his department, and he is here at this late hour on for your Senate meeting. So I want to also offer the director obviously cares, and this is a role that if you are personally curious, you can go to their office hours, and him and I are dedicated to be with you all and give reports and ensure operational efficiency. I yield.
Yeah, Senator or Chair Rivera.
I personally agree that they should do monthly meetings just for like maybe a semester, you know? Like let's see, like we said, this is a pilot program, let's see how this program runs, you know? I think those monthly meetings can also help develop this program and this position, you know. A lot of us are CRCs, you know. A lot of us are enclosed and stuff like that, and I think it would be good input to hear from our constituencies like what we do, you know, or what best we could do to support this new role for it to strive and succeed for future years. Because I think this is an incredible role, especially that we're taking into accountability our RSO, which you know make up all of our student body. Because I think most of us, our students, are part of RSO. So I do agree that there should be monthly meetings for at least a certain amount of time, and then from there we can talk about this again and see if we should put that to yearly or annually as we were speaking, or maybe semesterly, you know, like do it one semester and then the next semester they come back. But at the same time, like it's now in our senator's job description to also attend exec meetings, you know, and we also don't get paid to be here. So let's just also take that into consideration. But I do think, just for like the pilot phase of it, I do think at least coming in once a month, just to like report, just to like also give input, and then also hear back like how well this program is running, could be like crucial.
I'm hearing a lot of the same points. Does anyone have a motion to make? You can offer.
I can't.
Yeah,
I
okay.
want to offer a motion. I think I understand where you're coming from. I would ask if it be a caveat that someone can report on their behalf. I think, again, these are low commitment positions, and I think Director Greg would be willing to report on their behalf. We can make aspects there, but I don't want to overcommit an associate director position, so that would be my request.
That would lie with President Nunley. But we'll go back to the speakers list. Public Relations Officer Diggs, you were next.
I'm going to yield to redundancy. I think we should move into voting. I think all the points that can be made have been made.
With that, we'll move to Senator Tamberg.
I do want to make a point that necessarily hasn't been made. We have worked really hard tonight, especially to work collaboratively with leadership to change this role, to change the budget. First, I want to thank all of our executive members for being here and staying late and doing all this work. I would say this is the wrong hill to die on. We already did a lot here, and in the interest of collaboration, I think that this is, like I said, not the hill to die on. So I would like to move to exhaust the speakers list.
Is there any dissent to that motion? Hearing none, the speakers list is exhausted. Senator Grenier.
Real quick, this is one of the 3 highest paid deputy director positions. However, I believe that reflects in the other things they do. It would be unfair to make someone do more than the other 2 people being paid the same amount. With that, I feel redundancy.
Senator Taylor.
I mean, I still think that absent some kind of a Senate oversight, I would be unwilling to support this, but I think we've been talking in circles for quite some time now, and I think we all want to go home. I move to previous questions.
Second. Is there any dissent to that motion? Hearing none, we'll enter a period of voting.
I think the people will be stating the question on the table.
What is the question on the table?
Passage of the.
Okay, that's what I thought.
And I want to do this by a placard vote.
All right, is there any dissent to that being a placard vote?
Point of no information.
Yeah.
And my brain's mush. Can I get clarity on what we're voting on again?
The final passage. Yes,
Can I also do a quick point of information? I don't know if this is appropriate, but we start the semester August 25th and we end the semester finals is December 15th to December 19th. Assuming they wouldn't come August because August 25th, maybe this would be like 4 days out of the semester. So maybe 4 hours.
With that, there was a motion to vote on this by placards.
Point of information.
Yes.
Point of information. The number that it would be 3 reports sounds great. The work that would go into then providing a report is also a little bit concerning because we have over 500 clubs and organizations, and so planning, promoting, and then executing on outreach to those organizations.
Point of order, this is discussion and debate. We had a motion before this question.
Right, I'm providing information context on what was just said.
We still have a motion that's on the table.
We do have a motion on the table, which is the final passage of this. With that, you're voting on the final passage of the executive job descriptions for the 2025-2026 academic year. All those in favor, please raise your placards.
Could you, sorry.
What?
Point of information, could you repeat what we were voting on right now?
Final passage. This is final passage.
Especially know the month of environment.
The monthly report is not reflected in this document. Every other edit we made is reflected. I'm gonna ask you to lower your placards and raise them up again. I want to get you tired. Everyone is clear. This is the final passage without the monthly attendance requirement. Everyone is good on that. All those in favor, please raise your placards. Eight. All those opposed, please raise your placards. Abstentions. The vote of 8 to 4 to 2, these job descriptions are passed. With that, we'll move into new business, starting with Lex 5501. Thank you, President Nunley, and Chief of Operations White, and Director Gregg. Speaker Senator Taylor, if you'd like to come up, please. I can also not chair during this, so does anyone want, do you want to be parliamentarian?
Yeah.
All right, I cannot chair. I've endorsed this. I was not aware I'd be chairing.
Wait, can I this?
I don't know.
Is it I probably didn't. Thanks, Enoch.
And were there any edits made by?
Yeah, no, I'm not on it.
Okay, I need to get ready. All right.
Oh my God.
You want to take over?
Is a collaborator considered part of authorship?
I mean, it's technically not an author, but I'm happy to yield to you and allow you to present
I only have
something.
one thing to say about it, so carry on.
First name percent.
Yeah.
All right.
The bill under consideration is Lex 5501, Omnibus of the 54th Senate Constitutional Amendments.
The abstract of this Lex the abstract. This Lex aims to repass the constitutional edits made by the 54th Senate so they remain in effect until the 2026 election.
You have 10 minutes to present.
Well, I think it's kind of as simple as that. When the Senate passes amendments to the Constitution, they will be in effect during that Senate. They will be permanently in effect once the Constitution is ratified by the students in the election. Because that did not happen because of low voting turnout this last year, I believe that we should be repassing the edits that we made to keep those in effect in the 55th Senate until that can be voted on in the 2026 election. I've made no content edit to any of these, and we will make no content edit to any of these. This is just aiming to pass what has been passed by the last Senate. And I will yield to Madeline if she has something that she wants to say.
So I think just to clarify that the reason why we're not waiting until fall to do this is because a lot can change in 3 months. So like I said on Wednesday, we have the next 100 days of the administration and things could look very different in a very short amount of time. In the next 2 weeks or so, Department of Education funding will be going through at the federal level, and that will also drastically change things. Yes, we have some security, but not unless we pass this to make sure that our protections for CRC representation is protected.
Is there anything further?
No, we can go into Q&A now.
Hearing that, we'll move into a state of Q&A at the first race placard. 10 minutes of Q&A. Senator Roberts.
The previous question.
The motion's on the table. It's the previous question. I will entertain a motion done unanimously.
To move the previous question of games.
Is there any dissent? Hearing none, we'll now move into a period of discussion and debate with first race placard. Senator Garland.
Actually, hold on. It doesn't go to discussion and debate. It'll be sent to the next committee. What will probably have to happen is an emergency session after finals week, because we're not allowed to have one in finals week. It needs at least a week before it can be brought to this body again. So it needs to get sent to committee to get to the second.
Send it to University Affairs and Internal.
Can you still not share?
No, I'm presenting.
All right. So what next?
It's the endorsing.
Resolution 54.
Is that one open?
No, I'm sorry, you have to sort through.
All right. It's
I have
endorsing.
2 Floridas.
Yeah.
Endorsing the formation of the defense compact. Right?
Yes.
Yep. All right.
We're gonna have 2 money for this one.
All right.
Can you scroll down a little bit?
Yeah.
Can you scroll up?
Oh wait. I'm an endorser on this. I can't.
Yes, you
Oh.
can. Okay, I have 3 Floridas I want to make, but I'll allow for the processes.
Resolution
5504.
5504, and then endorsing the academic defense pact.
Yeah, academic mutual. What? Yeah.
The mutual academic defense pact.
Yes. This is the same resolution I presented in the 54th Senate. It's essentially just getting the 55th to sign on as well. I have 3 incredibly minor floor edits. Only one of them is substantive, and I think we set the precedent that we can do the endorsements later, which I can just send to the parliamentarian. I would like in the yeah.
Make it larger.
Yes, thank you. Can you scroll down a little bit more? Okay, stop. Scroll up. I'm changing. This letter had been signed by 607 current leaders to 624 as of a few minutes ago. I just checked that. The only other edit I have, I'm making sure, is an endorsement. Anna Lavoie, Assistant Professor, Department of Human Dimensions and Natural Resources. Those are my 2 floor edits, which I can send to you afterwards.
Thank you.
Yes.
Is there anything else to present?
I would like this expedited.
We have a motion to expedite. Second. Seconded. Is there any dissent? Hearing none, this is an expedited piece of legislation. Hayden, if I remember correctly, this is discussion and debate then after Q&A. Yeah. Yeah, the parliamentarians get to read the abstract, as they should have done after reading the bill title.
Well, that's because edits were made. Testing. 1, 2, 3. The abstract. This resolution aims to demonstrate ASCSU's support, endorsement, and commitment for and to the CSU Faculty Senate resolutions calling for various aspects of academia to be respected and a coalition of Colorado higher education institutions to be formed to advocate for these protections.
Moving now to the opposition state of Q&A. I saw Senator Taylor's question. I move to approve this question. Hearing a second, is there any dissent?
Point of personal privilege. Do y'all see that there's someone on the Zoom with their hand up?
Yes, Olivia Frisky.
Can we go back really quick to the there's nothing happening on my screen, don't worry. Can we go back to the legislation real quick? Is my name on the endorsement?
If you endorsed it all the endorsements stay the same. I just changed titles. You can be added though.
Okay.
I thought you were on it.
I swear I did, but
no, you endorsed the other one. You'll be added to this one.
Okay, perfect. That's all I needed.
Okay. Yes.
If memory serves, right now in a state of discussion and debate, given the exposition. Senator Taylor, I move to clear this question. Will your second? Any dissent? No. Then this legislation is Senator Taylor. I move to pass this by unanimous consent. Any dissent? Hearing none, this legislation is passed unanimously.
Alright, one more, guys. We're almost there. I do have more edits to read out, though. So.
All right, which one?
3 minutes.
5507.
Yeah, firewall.
Firewall. Okay.
You should have my floor edits on this. You don't have my floor edits.
Okay. Great.
Hold on.
Just go to my email. Is it in your email?
Let's go to send on Wednesday.
Send it on Wednesday.
It's on my face. Go up a little bit. Yep. Firewall, that's the one you want. And that should be the same.
You'll read the
Yeah.
Resolution 5507. 5507, the Firewall for Freedom.
All right. The abstract. This bill calls for the creation of a firewall of freedom at Colorado State University.
Before I go into explaining it, I'm going to go through and just read out my sponsors' endorsements. That'll take 30 seconds. Farrah Jackson, Senator Emeritus, Adult Learner and Veterans Services. Madeline Camber, Parliamentarian Emeritus. Selena Mora, Senator-elect, Warner College of Natural Resources. Endorsed by the American Association of University Professors at Colorado State University. Mary Van Buren, President, American Association of University Professors, CSU, Professor, Department of Anthropology. I have one. Can you add a comma right there? Thank you. Yes. Department of Anthropology and Geography, Gretchen Stidley, Vice President for Non-Tenure Track Faculty, American Association of University Professor, CSU Fort Collins, Associate Professor, Department of Languages, Language, Literatures, and Cultures. Anders Firmstad, Secretary, American Association of University Professor, CSU Fort Collins, Associate Professor, Department of Economics. Demetrius Stevens, Treasurer, American Association of University Professor, CSU Fort Collins, Professor, Department of Political Science. Stephen Mume, Professor, Member at Large and Co-President of the Colorado Conference of American Association of University Professors, Professor, Department of Political Science. Andrew Dew, Member at Large of the Executive Committee, American Association of University Professors, CSU Fort Collins, Assistant Professor, Department of Anthropology and Geography. Louis Jennings, Professor, School of Education. Brian Muskie, Associate Professor, Department of Biological and Chemical Engineering. Anna Lavoy, Assistant Professor, Department of Human Dimensions and Natural Resources. Mara Steedlins, Data Management Specialist, Libraries. Farron Jowden, Senator Emeritus, College of Natural Sciences. Carly Jeffrey, Senator Emeritus, Warner College of Natural Resources. Lauren Davis, Chair Emeritus, Housing Caucus. Senator Emeritus, Survivor Advocacy and Feminist Education Center. Olivia Frisbee, Chair Emeritus, Women in Social Justice Caucus. Senator Emeritus, Survivor Advocacy and Feminist Education Center. Hawk Young, Associate Senator Emeritus, Warner College of Natural Resources, Warner College Council. Those are all my edits, I believe. Let me double check. Yeah. Sounds good. Claire, take it away.
Sorry, I'm going to talk for a minute. I'm really proud of this legislation. I think it's really cool. What? Okay. Ellie and I reached out to Ellie and I saw that the Nebraska student government in Omaha had passed a similar Firewall for Freedom resolution. The Firewall for Freedom is a push by the ACLU to develop what is called the Firewall of Freedom, which essentially is just saying to states and municipalities and other institutions, don't allow the rights and civil liberties of the people in the United States to be infringed upon by this current administration. We all know, we have all seen it. We have seen the news. Over the last few days, we have seen numerous people being arrested. We have seen people, we have had 16 people here at Colorado State University have their studies revoked. We have seen over the past, I don't know, slightly over 100 days at this point, numerous executive orders going into place that directly impact non-citizens, immigrants, queer people. The list, I fear, goes on. And so effectively what this asks is, and I'm not saying the current president's office is not doing these things, is committing that effectively, if it comes down to our rights as people, all of us, everyone, citizens, non-citizens, immigrants, queer people, people of color, all of us, including people who are not in any of those communities, that if it comes down to our rights or federal funding, they will choose our rights. Federal funding is incredibly scary, and federal funding being pulled is people's jobs and people's livelihoods. But people's rights must come before money. That is all I have.
Anything else to present? Hearing nothing else to present, we'll now move into a Q&A spot. First raised placard, Senator Garden.
Motion to previous question.
Second, do I hear any dissent?
I after this motion, I would like to expedite.
We have a motion to expedite. Do we hear a second?
Second.
Do I hear any dissent? This legislation is expedited. Yeah, that's what I'm moving to. We're now, with this new information, now moving to a period of discussion and debate. First raised placards. Senator Garden again.
Motion to previous question.
Second. Do I hear any dissent? Hearing none.
I move to pass this with unanimous consent.
Do I hear any dissent?
Dissent.
Senator Roberts.
I don't know. I know that we get a lot of. I'm not saying that I don't agree. I'm just saying that I think we get a lot of federal funding, and what does that look like? I'm just nervous. Like if we lose federal funding, what does that look like? Especially within my college, at the College of Agriculture, I have to look out for my constituency in this, and so that federal funding is important. Excuse me, I don't know why I just that, but that federal funding is important to my college, and so I'm going to dissent to unanimous consent.
Point of clarification, CSU receives of our $1.653 billion budget, $635 million directly from the federal government. 1/3 of the entire university's budget comes from the federal government, and almost all of the scholarship money also comes from the federal government.
That is all true, but should we violate our rights for money?
Madeline.
Yeah,
This is not germane.
It's also not discussion and debate. We're voting.
So you had a motion to not use unanimous.
We had dissent to the motion to pass this by unanimous consent.
Getting back on topic.
I move to this by voice vote.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Any abstentions? The ayes have it. This legislation is passed.
Where's motion was to vote on this by voice vote. So
do it again.
So
time to now vote on the legislation.
All right.
That was super
All in
confusing.
favor of this legislation, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Any abstentions?
Abstain.
This legislation is passed. The ayes
Now
have
it's
it.
Now it's
Hold on, let me get back to be chair. I want to be chair. I want to be chair.
Oh, okay. Gio, you want
Is there any
to
dissent?
back?
No dissent. With that, have a great evening, everyone, or morning, I guess.
Who wants to go to McDonald's with me?